Happy Saturday, everybody. And I hope you all have signed the petition. The petition is at change.org/Shanquella, and that's change.org/Shanquella. So make sure that you have signed the petition and also shared it. On the petition page, if you scroll down, I have a whole lot of emails and contact information for people you can contact about Shanquella. So just scroll down and you will find this information. And it's from U.S. officials to Mexico officials, and it's from Daniel de la Rosa Naya, the state attorney for Mexico, all the way to Ken Salazar, the ambassador for Mexico and the United States, through the United States, and also the governor and Anthony. It's everybody's email, the mayor of North Carolina. It's pretty much a lot of emails on there. And at one time, we did have emails for people's jobs, but once people got fired, we removed the jobs, and that was a Dr. Carolina Ornelas, that was Elise Hyatt, and then also Daejhanae Mahan Jackson. Now, there was an issue with Daejhanae Jackson recently, and to be honest, I kind of slipped my mind to not call Blue Rhino because 2 videos that were reported, and I don't know if it was Daejhanae Jackson herself that reported it, the 2 videos on her on Blue Rhino, or it wasn't someone impersonating her. Because as I stated, in order for you to file a privacy complaint, you have to be the person, you have to be representing that person, or you have to be, that's it. You can't even be a relative like a sister, brother, mother, unless the person is deceased. So the only other thing was that there was a YouTuber recently that actually is kind of like going hard in the paint for Daejhanae. If you watch most of her videos, she's like hammering Nazeer and saying Nazeer is the one that's actually Shanquella, and she goes hard in the paint for Daejhanae, like she's like defending Daejhanae. I don't know, like she really doesn't have a lot of smoke for Daejhanae. So some people, to be honest, were messaging me and said that she has a history and pattern of reporting videos and false flagging. So I don't know if it was her or not. But if Daejhanae is watching my videos, I know at one point her sister knew about my page, whatever, but I don't know about her if she was actually watching. But I had to put both scenarios out there just in case to cover all bases. So it had to be Daejhanae, someone representing Daejhanae, or someone impersonating Daejhanae and false flagging me. Either way it goes, my 2 Blue Rhino videos are still up because YouTube sided with me, and they sided with me because Daejhanae Jackson is now a public figure, not in a good way, and her name is all over media, from Fox News, ABC, NBC, Charlotte Observer, everywhere. International news story. So she's no longer a private, like a citizen that has expectation of privacy. So anybody can talk about her, and she's in titles and everywhere, her full name and everything. She no longer has privacy. And I mean, she didn't care about Shanquella, so no one should care about her. So, anyways, my videos were not removed. So I don't know who wanted it removed, whether it was Daejhanae, her, someone representing her, or someone impersonated her in a beef. It did not work. I mean, to be honest, my enemies keep on trying to win, and they keep on losing, child. They keep on losing. And I know that's making them mad. And thanks to everybody. Also, I want to give a shout out to everybody, all my subscribers, for all the support. I know it's been a lot of chaos lately and people trying to distract us from the overall goal. And yeah, so now we are back on track, and there won't be any more videos on this channel besides activism and advocacy. I have other channels, like a backup channel, if I decide to address anything else. So yeah, thanks for the patience while I dealt with slander and defamation, but now we are back on track on this channel. There will be any more interruptions, and thanks for people emailing me or messaging me, letting me know, like, hey, full support, and they totally understand when you're dealing with the narcissists and people that try to do smear campaigns and they are not falling for it. And yeah, so watch my last video to address that, because moving forward, we will not be discussing that on my True Teller Dani channel. It will all be focused on the correct content. Okay, so anybody interested in other content, maybe later on today, I'll post a link on my community tab to my backup channel. And then my backup channel is where I will address weirdos and creepy stalkers. And this channel will not be used for that purpose anymore. Okay, so hey, Miss Nola, we have a screen. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing your name right. Is it Shireen or Screen? Bonetta, hey, welcome. Hey, April Showers. April Showers, bring me flowers. Hey, girl. Chasing Joy, I am her. Hey. Me Young. Miss Raven, Tina. Hey, Dani, I'm happy to be here with you. Beautiful. Continue on your journey to get justice for Shanquella. Yeah, that's the whole purpose, is justice for Shanquella. And that's my purpose for making these videos as well, and keeping her name alive. Hey, Mariah. Okay, so yeah, thank you again, Truth Seeker 69, for letting me know that I was on mute. I already said, hey, Nanda, welcome back. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link. Hopefully someone will join the panel, because I hope I'm not going to be up here talking by myself, because my voice has been used a lot this week, and y'all got to come up here and talk now. But also you can leave your comments in the chat, and then I will give my opinion. And keep in mind, I'm not the overarching person that has all the answers on Shanquella, and I never even said that I have all the answers. Okay, some things I only know exactly what y'all know that has been put out here, and then sometimes I might have additional information, and that's through receipts or contacting people. That's it. But other than that, I am just like y'all. The same information has been put out here. But of course, I will sometimes have, like you already know, sometimes I will reach out and get more information or details. And then, of course, I will share that information. Well, some information I cannot share because it will expose people that obviously need privacy, or, Yeah, sometimes you cannot expose all information because they reveal a source, and when you reveal a source, it will expose that person, not open them up to creepy people and weirdos. Remember, because sometimes I might put out information in the way that is put out here correctly, and then some people will take whatever I put out, and then they will put a negative spin on it and twist it in all sorts of ways, and then now it will be weaponized. So yeah, sometimes you have to be careful what you put out and how it can be spawned into something completely different. Yeah. So let's see. All right, thanks, girl. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people have my back, and trust me, over the last week, when people have been slandering, defaming me, a lot of you have shown a lot of support, and like I said, I appreciate it. Sandra, hey. If you need a moderator, I am more than willing to moderate for you. Besides, I look better in blue. Just saying. For my moderators, I kind of like, to be honest, in my heart, the hardest person to be to mod for, and that's because I go by like the length of time I've known somebody and how long they've been in my channel. So to be honest, there are a lot of people that want to mod for my channel, and it's usually people that have been here that I've known for, to be honest, since I've been here. Like all my mods have been here, like they have known me for at least a year, and they've been on all of my channels, and they know all about me. And what I mean by all about me, they know like my different, like they know everything that I do online. Like they know me inside and out online, child. So yeah, so anybody interested in being a mod, just know that it's a long process to even be a mod on my channel, and it usually will probably take over a year probably to actually establish yourself on my channel as a mod. And yeah, and I also like my mods are like kind of like real close to me, and so I have to make sure that I have people that I've known at least for a considerable amount of time and have shown loyalty and not even like it's like unwavering loyalty. So yeah, it takes a while for me to have pick someone as a mod. Hey Kelly, but yeah, even if you're not chosen as a mod, I still appreciate everybody. I'm just letting everyone know my process of selecting mods. Hey AP Urbans, hey Kelly, hey Belford. So a lot of people have been in my other live from this morning. 72 in the chat, 32 thumbs up. Let's fix that. Yeah, exactly, fix that. Come on now. I don't have that many enemies to be having that number, that percentage. Nope. That's not even half. So definitely hit that like button to show support and for my channel, get this video into the algorithm. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for anybody who wants to come up and we can discuss anything y'all want to discuss. And contrary to false rumors, I actually do listen to other people's opinions on my channel. I'm not the ruler and the all-knowing person of Shanquella case. However, sometimes people will ask me a question. I have the right to answer and give my opinion. And my opinion doesn't mean that it's the right answer. It's just my opinion, just like everybody else has their opinion. So, yeah. So when I answer, if you leave a comment and I respond, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm reading your comment. I'm giving my opinion. And if you choose not to believe what I believe, then that's on you. And I expect people to use their own brain and their own mind and decide for themselves what they want to believe. But yeah, that's what happens in an open discussion. People discuss their opinions and thoughts, and then we move along. Okay, so this is the join link. And remember, you can be an avatar, but I will ask you a question on Shanquella case, and it won't be something like hard, like, oh my gosh, who wants to be a millionaire? And it's like a hard question. You need to call somebody or something for help. This is actually something that will be simple that anyone should know on the case. But not too easy where some random person will just like, oh, I heard this about this in the news and this one little thing. And the reason I'm doing that is because I let somebody on the panel before doing a crazy night, and that person flashed themselves on my live. So that's why I have to do that. That's okay, Dani. Let them try it because they will break that delusional world they live in, that they protecting someone they should not. Right. Okay. Shout out to April Showers and Serene. Serene. Let me know the correct pronunciation. For the super sticker, yes, yes, I appreciate it. Thank you, April. Always supporting my channel, and Serene as well. And everybody else, remember, you can support the channel for free just by hitting the like button. And please, somebody hit that link and come up and join the panel. Don't let me be up here talking by myself, y'all. This is supposed to be open chat and panel. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so as Murder Lee says, I've been thinking about what you're talking about yesterday, and I really think that, I guess she's got to finish her comment. Okay, and then we have Murder Lee. No, that's from Murder Lee. Hold on. Raven says, I do have a question. Have you compared Mexico news articles to ours in the States? I found an interesting article. I have read some articles from Mexico, but not all. So if you actually want to send me a link or just tell me the topic or where to find it, let me know. But I prefer to send a link. You can actually post it in the chat. I don't know if it will go through or not. But my IG is actually Dani Robertson YT. That's Dani Robertson YT is my IG. Okay. So if anyone wants to send me links or anything, they can always message me there at Dani Robertson YT. But yes, I have read some articles. In fact, when I spoke to the concierge one night, one of the concierge for Cabo Villas, he actually sent some links from Mexico as well. Hey, Brenda, and hey, Lakita. Okay, looks like I don't see anyone clicking that link. It's like I'm going to have to be talking about myself, y'all. Come on now. Anybody post your questions or thoughts in the chat, and we can have it discussed as well. Hey, Aries. Hey, girl. Hey. Arissa Bay is in the building. Hey, Arissa. Okay, y'all have any questions or things y'all want to discuss? I think I said, hey, Deborah. Okay, let's see. We have Kelly Block. Hey, girl. Hey, thank you so much. Yes, she sent a super sticker. Shout out to you for the super sticker. Thanks for supporting my channel. I appreciate it. And I think you were actually in my earlier live as well. So thank you for support. And even click just viewing the video is actually supporting, and also liking the video, of course, is also supporting. So thank you again. I think I see my mod Dukes in the building. Hey, Dukes. Okay, Myrtle Knight, I'm still waiting. Myrtle Lee, I'm waiting for your question to be finished or posted. I did see someone else who's in the building. Let's see. So I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. I say Yara. Well, is it Urako or Urako? I'm sure I pronounced it wrong. Okay. So again, thanks to Kelly for the super sticker, as well as April and Shereen as well. Thank you so much. So any questions, put in the chat. Ari says, did you get the date that the forensic team was sent to the crime scene? No, I did not. I have not gotten into that. Last night I actually got ready to go to bed, to be honest. I didn't actually look into that yet. Now, at first, when I first found that article a while back, I actually did look up information. But now, since I didn't save it, I will actually have to redo it and find that information for that service. And at that time, I was actually planning on calling them, but I never got around to it. So to me, to be honest, it actually should be the same day. The same day of the incident, October 29th, is when they should have actually came for the crime scene before it got contaminated, right? Why would you go there? But I don't know. And here's the thing, remember this. They said that the maid found Shanquella, right? So if the maid found her, that means the maid came there to clean up. So if the maid was cleaning up and Shanquella was in her bathroom attached to the room, that means the maid had already was starting to clean up that crime scene already. Now, we watch a lot of movies and everything, but I'm sure that the maid wiping things down and cleaning things down already contaminated the crime scene. Could it be part of the thing too? When they already knew the maid was gonna come. They knew two people were coming that day. They knew that Nazeer was going to be coming soon, and they also knew the maid was going to be coming because they are told about the maid coming. And a little bit, to be honest, y'all, I believe that they contacted the concierge at the time of the maid. I believe that the maid probably came later than her usual that day, and they contacted the concierge at the time of the maid, because why would the maid leave and not report it to the concierge? I reported to Cabo Villas of what happened in the villa. She would at least want to contact the concierge and let him know. But if they say they are going to contact the concierge and get help, like a doctor sent out, then the maid doesn't feel like she has to contact the concierge because the guests have contacted. So I believe, to be honest, that the maid probably came late that day, later than usual. Yeah, because in the Cabo Villas reviews, it says the maid comes in the afternoon and it's usually on time around noon, right? But let's say, what happens if she came later that day? Or maybe she came at a certain time and then she was cleaning and it took her a while to get to that room. Because we don't know where she started. That's a big villa. There's a lot to clean in that one villa. So if a maid has to clean that whole villa, how long will it take her to get there, and then also to get to where Shanquella is, to find her in the bathroom? I mean, think about how long it takes to clean your house, and then look at that villa, right? So they said she does a thorough job and a good job of cleaning. So if that's the case, then by the time she got to find her, no telling how long that took. So by the time she found her, it could have been actually around the time they called the concierge. Because why would the maid leave the villa without letting the concierge know? To me, she would only leave if she already was told that they are going to contact the concierge themselves, right? So I don't know. To me, I think that by the time I think the maid came to the villa at a certain time to clean, but it took her a while to get to Shanquella room or bathroom to find her, because she has to clean the other part of the house or rooms first. I actually need to look at the villa again to see like the entrance of the villa, like the first room, like what rooms are first and second or third. Yeah, I need to look at the villa again. I actually can pull up a video of it too. So let me look at some more comments. So anyways, I dropped the link just in case someone wants to come up and discuss anything that I've already been discussing as well.
No, it's a lot to take in. It's designed to know when. Don't wait. Don't be scared when the way paralyzes you. Stay at the gate. Rigid liars dressed in suits, we don't get there. Fancy shoes and a ton of taboos and plans. When the coaches are out of time, you're a powered battery. Don't get in line. Start up, come on, start a riot. When they love you, much know it's fake, or even hate. Don't be scared, it's the way paralyzes you. Stay at the gate. No, it's a lot to take in. It's time to know when. Don't wait. Don't be scared when the way paralyzes you. Stay at the gate.
Actually, if you actually pay attention to this view right here, look at the view of entering it, right? And then pay attention. You see how the garage looks, right? That's actually how it looks in Nazeer's video. Remember his video through the windshield? You can actually, that's how it is right there. So it's probably where 54 Keys got the her still shot of that image. So that looks exactly like his video through that windshield, remember? Let me post that 1 second. Where is it?
You hearing? You hearing? Doctor.
Okay, if you can actually look, you can actually see it. Like the pimp, that's the same image right there. going through the gate, and then you can actually see like the garage right there on the right hand side, right? So watch as see, this is right here, the same. This is him coming in there. You see like how it looks.
You hearing?
Stardom, come on, start a riot. When they love you, you must know it's fake, or even hate. Don't be scared, it's the way paralyzes you. Stay at the gate. No, it's a lot to take in. It's a sign to know when. Don't wait. Don't stay at the gate. Fake or even at a time. You're a powered battery. Don't get in line. Start up. Come on, start a riot. When they love you, you must know it's fake, or even hate. Don't be scared, it's the way paralyzes you. Stay at the gate. No, it's a lot to take in. It's a sign to know when. Don't wait. Don't be scared when the way paralyzes you. Stay at the gate.
So basically, to me, to be honest, looking at this villa, the maid, by the time she found Shanquella, most likely it's not the first room she went in to clean. So from the night before, did the shelf clean up after themselves? Like, did the shelf clean up after themselves, like all the way in the kitchen? And if the maid, if they already ate breakfast that morning or ate in the kitchen, the maid would have to clean the kitchen. I could see them probably clean the kitchen area first, right? I don't know. So I think that the maid got there at a certain time, and then it took her a little while to get to find Shanquella. And I think at that time, since they knew the maid will probably run back and tell the concierge or tell Cabo Villas what they found, they had no choice but to contact help, right? So I think that they actually contacted the concierge because the maid had found her, so they had no choice. I mean, because if they think about it, if the maid left, they already knew that the maid would probably call the concierge and say what she found. I mean, think about it. If I was at the villa and then I know what happened, and then the maid came and said she found her in the bathroom and this and that, and then the maid said she was leaving because she was done cleaning, right? Wouldn't you want to actually call the concierge first before the maid can beat you to the punch? So I believe that after the maid came and the maid was cleaning up other rooms, like the kitchen and other rooms, and then she found Shanquella. So that's why it probably took her an hour to find Shanquella, an hour. So I don't know, but I believe that she came later than the noon. And then once she found her, they said that, okay, we're gonna get her help or something, because they didn't want the maid to leave and then tell on them. So they had to tell on themselves. Yeah. So I think that the maid came, and that's why they contacted the concierge. I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. Let me read some more comments. I don't see them letting the maid leave the villa without without assurance or reassurance that they're going to get help or they're going to solve the issue. Okay, so shout out to Arissa Bay for the super sticker. Shout out to Arissa Bay for the super sticker. Danny, I'm watching my grandbabies while listening to you. They sent you a small donation. Oh, thank you so much. Shout out to your grandbabies as well. And tell them thank you for the donation. So yeah, so tell them thank you. And everybody else, remember you can support the channel for free just by hitting the like button. So again, shout out to Arissa Bay and her grandbabies for the super sticker. Okay, so let me go back up. So I want to let me see other comments. I think I said, hey, Lakita, Aries One, Sapphire. Let's see. Roderick says, I just need to know Moto, was it the card game? Good. That's the thing a lot of people want is motive, but I want to know the motive too. However, even if it's just words, even if it's just words or whatever it was nothing to me. It's no justification or excuses for this level of outrage and brutal attack. And to be honest, I do believe the card game played a role in it because Shanquella seems to me as somebody that is really the type of person that likes to have fun. She also might be the type of person that jokes at people, like those jokes. And it's not really jokes as to offend you. It's a joke, like just to joke around. Like she seems like that type of person. And some people are that type. And I know that she said, I think something about, I don't want to quote her, but I know she mentioned something about her exercise routine. She mentioned something about Daejhanae's exercise routine. I know that one time she said it doesn't take that long to get naked or something like that. And she was walking down the hallway, and then Daejhanae was kind of upset about something at that point because she's like, she said, oh, she don't like all her bathing suits are cute or like cute, however she said it, cute. And then she don't know which one to pick from. And I'm like, she was already acting stink right there. So she was already kind of annoyed with Shanquella right there. You can tell. And of course, in the card game, she mentioned something about her exercise routine and what else. That's something I've seen, I think. But based on even those two things, I could tell that there was something between them already. And then I also remember during the brutal attack, didn't Daejhanae say something like, talk your shit or I'm tired of your shit or something. I would have to actually listen to the video again because it was so fast. So I believe that she actually was, and card games can get you, it can, y'all know, like, if you actually play card games with anybody, especially at an event or any kind of party, things can get heated with some card games, especially with card games where people are drinking and there's questions. Even still, all these are just justification excuses. None of that should have led to all this. But Daejhanae seems like the type that's overly sensitive. She can't take a joke. She can't take a joke because she's overly sensitive over things. So she won't take certain things as a joke. She'll see it as someone making fun of her or poking fun at her. Yeah, so then she'll take offense to it. You know what I mean? So I think that things like that were happening where Shanquella was just having fun and just throwing like just little jokes, like, oh, it wasn't even like the exercise routine, like she skipped leg day or she skipped some kind of day, or I forgot what day she said she skipped for exercise. But that's not even like nothing major. But obviously she could take offense to it because it's saying something about her body or like her strength or something. I don't know. So I do believe that it was probably based on she said, talk your shit now, or tired of your shit or something she said, that Shanquella might have been saying things that she was offended by. But that's still nothing or justification for brutally attacking her like that. I mean, think about it. If you actually brutally attack everybody that talk shit to you or that says something that you didn't like, then you will be actually in jail or prison. Like, that's crazy. You can't brutally attack people just because they throw light shade or they're just joking with you and you can't take a joke. And I don't believe that Shanquella was actually throwing any shade. I think that she was just actually joking as in a playful manner. Some people, you ever have friends that y'all just joke around? It's nothing serious. It's not. But then there are some people that are overly sensitive. And they get offended easily. They don't know how to take a joke, and you can't really play around with them like that. Y'all know there's some people you can't play around with because they take everything seriously. They're overly sensitive. So I believe that Daejhanae is that type of person. And with that, I believe that she's also a jealous type person. So she will actually, and she's clearly jealous of Shanquella. She's also jealous of how free Shanquella is. Shanquella will actually, she was actually comfortable with her body enough to be nude and to go swimming without clothes. Daejhanae is not comfortable in her body to go swimming in the nude. She's not comfortable with her body. When she's trying to pick out a bathing suit, she said, "Oh, they're all too cute to actually pick one." She actually doesn't want to wear any bathing suit in front of Shanquella. Shanquella's gonna be nude, or Shanquella's not gonna have a cute bathing suit on. She doesn't want to like put on her bathing suit and then compare herself to Shanquella, right? So she's like insecure about herself. That's why she's taking so long picking out a bathing suit. All this stuff combined with jealousy and probably Shanquella just joking in a fun way, not to be actually attacking her, but joking in a fun way. She took offense to all of this, and that's why she was like, "Talk your shit," or "I'm tired of your shit," or whatever she said. I actually will have to be honest, I need to go back to the beginning videos and listen to those again, because all this new stuff has kind of like overshadowed the old stuff. Let me read some of your comments. Hey Shell. It's interesting. It's interesting because the list advanced with times. Did you send it to me on IG at Dani Robinson YT? Okay, let me scroll through some comments. Thank you so much for inspiring me to become a YouTube investigator. You are the GOAT. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome. Glad I can inspire another person to. So you say you started a channel. So this is your channel, you Sapphire Blue. If so, let me know and I will check you out. Yes, yes. I found an article that said they sent them in on October 29th. Okay, well, send me the article on I actually posted 2 articles about the crime scene investigation. If you have something different that has more details, send it to me on IG at Dani Robinson YT. Again, sometimes it works in the chat, sometimes it doesn't work, because sometimes it's considered spam if you post a link in the chat and you're not a mod. Hey Dukes. Okay, let's see. That's correct. Thank you, Dani, for staying on topic and being neutral. You're welcome. They intentionally love her in restroom. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that they needed an excuse, so they pretend like she drank too much and that she fell in the bathroom. So then I believe that they put her in the bathroom to stage her in the bathroom. Yep. And remember, we have the autopsy now. The autopsy came back that it was not enough alcohol in her system to kill her, to have alcohol poisoning, and that in fact she has atlas luxation and like severe spinal cord injury or something like that. So atlas luxation is that's what killed her, not alcohol poisoning. So that's already scratched out. And in fact, that was already scratched out kind of like at the beginning, even with that just a death certificate, because once everybody saw it wasn't alcohol poisoning. And even like her mother's intuition and father's intuition and sister's intuition, they already knew something had to be wrong, because they said, hey, they know Shanquella probably drinks, but she doesn't drink that much to the point where she's alcohol poisoned, right? Heavily intoxicated. So they knew something was off with that whole thing. And sure enough, it is, because they got this information back. It's actually atlas luxation and violence that killed her. Murderly, what I was trying to say is I know that it was a setup, and that is why DJ does not want to talk to my dear, because she knows that he got set up to Nazeer. That's the thing too, is that if, let's say, some people don't believe that it's Daejhanae attacking Shanquella, right? Let's be honest. If your name is on an arrest warrant for Mexico, right? Your name is on extradition paperwork from Mexico to be extradited to Mexico. And your name is all over social media as the person in the video attacking Shanquella. And people are all attacking you all over the world, saying that you, Daejhanae Jackson, killed Shanquella Robinson. You actually gotta not say anything. You're gonna close down all your social media. You're gonna hide out, and you're not gonna say. You're gonna get fired from your job at Blue Rhino, and you're gonna lose your job and everything else. And you're not gonna say, "That's not me in the video. That's not me, child." Boo. Everybody, their mama and grandma, them and cousin, them will be like, "That's not me in that video." They'll be shouting it from the rooftops. That's not me. Because when you're innocent, people always say hit dogs holler. That's not always the truth. Because if you're innocent of something and someone accuses you of something that you didn't do, and it's something horrible, you're going to defend your name, because you don't want to be accused of something slanderous, heinous, horrible, and you don't want to be accused of something like that, right? So you're going to defend yourself. So that's not a true saying about hit dogs holler. That might be for people misuse that term or not that phrase. They misuse phrases. The truth is, an innocent person is who will actually defend themselves against something so slanderous. If you're innocent and you're losing your job, people have a warrant out for your arrest, people have extradition paperwork with your name on it from Mexico. People all posting this video all over the web saying Daejhanae Manhan Jackson. People calling your job and make you lose your job. You get fired from your job. You say that you're innocent. You're not going to say anything. Child, boo. Miss me with that. If you're innocent, you're going to be like, I ain't losing my job. That is not me. That is somebody else. That's somebody else. That's not me. Look, that's not me. I promise it's not me. And you actually be proving it's not you. So an innocent person will actually speak against something this horrible. A person that's guilty. Now, that's not always the case now. A person that's guilty usually will do exactly what Daejhanae is doing now. They will hide out. They won't make any statements. They won't say anything against. They'll lose their job and they still won't say anything. They'll be on extradition paperwork and they won't say anything. They'll be having an arrest warrant from Dani De La Rosa and they still won't say anything. Nah, that's somebody guilty that's trying to hope that people don't get too much evidence on them to send them back and extradite and arrest them. Now, on the other hand, Nazeer, he's the one on here defending his name, saying that he's the one, to me, the one that's trying to clear his name. The other people are hiding out. They're the ones hiding out. And as I posted yesterday, he's actually speaking to the FBI. So in this situation, when it's a horrible crime, if someone is accusing you of being involved in covering up and conspiring and omission and also femicide of Shanquella Robinson, you are not going to be silent if you're innocent. This is something horrible. This is something that everybody is all over the internet and they're upset about. You are not going to be quiet. You're going to want to clear your name. I'm telling you. People can say, "Oh no, I will be quiet." If you're accused of something like this, you're going to speak out. If not even one time, you're going to speak out against it because you're like, "Oh no, I'm not involved in this mess." Now, there are some things people will be silent about, and that's because they're going to be silent because it's something small that they're being accused of. But trust me, let somebody accuse you of something really bad, you're going to actually speak out against it because you don't want to mess up your name or your image or have your name associated with that accusation. So for Daejhanae to be innocent and she's on extradition paperwork, she's on arrest warrant and all that. Now, 100% Daejhanae is the one in the video, but of course people will believe what they want to believe, that it's somebody else in the video attacking Shanquella, but nope. The extradition paperwork arrest warrant says who it is. And we, in the end, when it goes to court, we will see. Shadow says allegedly the cleaning was canceled that day. If the cleaning was canceled, the maid would not even be there. The maid would not have came to the villa if it was canceled. So where's the receipt of it being there? The maid came to the villa on that Saturday as scheduled, and that's how she found Shanquella. And trust me, they already knew the maid was coming. They knew Nazeer was on his way, and they also knew the maid was coming. Now, wish I knew what time the maid came, but I do know that's a big villa. And I don't, to be honest, most likely she had to clean that kitchen, and they said she does a good job, a thorough job of cleaning. The maid can actually probably get there. Let's say the maid got there at 12:30. The maid would take a while to clean that villa. It depends on what room she cleaned first. If I were the maid, I would probably want to clean the kitchen first, because most people don't want to clean a bathroom before the kitchen. Most people want to clean their kitchen first. And then I would say they would want to probably clean living spaces, open areas, like living room, game room, things like that. But they also said that she was cognizant of others' spaces. So if they were in the game room, then the maid would avoid that room at first while she's cleaning. If they're in the living room, she'll avoid that room first. But usually she would still do that. And then from there, I would think she would start with the master bedroom. The master bedroom, and after all the other hallways and open spaces first, and then the master bedroom, and then move accordingly through the bedrooms. So essentially, I don't believe that she came there immediately and found Shanquella. She would have to clean the kitchen and stuff first, and then she would go, by the time she gets to the master bedroom. So I would give her at least, for it, to be honest. How long to clean that kitchen? I don't know how long it took. It depends on how messy the kitchen was. If the chef cleaned up after themselves in the kitchen, then the kitchen won't take that long to clean. If the chef didn't do a thorough job and they also made breakfast or cooked in the kitchen since that time of the chef, then that would actually take longer for the maid. So I would actually give the maid, to be honest, I would give the maid at least 45 minutes or an hour to clean that kitchen first, and then to move on to another room. So even if the maid got there around noon, by the time she probably got to a bedroom or a bath, it probably was at least 1 o'clock around that. And think about it. They said they called the concierge at what time? Text the concierge at 1:50, right? So I believe that once the maid found her in the bathroom, by the time she got to that room in the bathroom with Shanquella, she notified the other guests. And then at that point, they informed the maid that they will actually contact the concierge, and that assured the maid that it was going to be taken care of. Because if the maid left and she didn't know that they would contact the concierge, trust me, she would have contacted the concierge, let them know what's going on in that villa. Because the maid and the concierge are always in contact with each other. They're like one, they go hand in hand. The concierge has to be kept contact with the maid. That's how it works. So that maid did not leave that villa until she knew that they were actually going to contact the concierge, and that would stop her from contacting because they already contacted. Or maybe the maid actually contacted later on, and then the concierge said, yeah, they already had contacted me, etc., as an update. I don't know. Let me go to the next question or next comment. But yeah, I don't believe it was the maid service was canceled, because the maid came out and the maid allegedly found her. Oh yeah, it's not alleged. Let me tell you this. I spoke to one of the concierge, remember, on the 3-hour live, and he stated that the concierge, the chef, and the maid had already given a statement to the police. So the maid did come that day. Now, I don't know what she said, but the concierge already said that the maid gave a statement, the concierge gave a statement, and the chef. So that was confirmed by Cabo Village concierge. And to be honest, I probably watched that video again from that concierge 3-hour video. I might watch it again because I actually had a lot of information now that I need to go back and listen to. Dani, do you know who took all those photos? Like the one they said was Shanquella in the pink outfit. When Nazeer wrote another person who I will not name, he actually said that it was like I think that came from the paramedic webcam, paramedic cam. Let me see if I actually have that screenshot. Wait a second. Okay, somebody need to join this panel because I thought y'all was gonna be on here on this panel talking with me now, so I can save my voice because my voice I already been talking too much. Wait, hold on. So I need somebody else to join the panel to talk as well. Give my voice a break, my throat a break. So most likely I won't be going live tomorrow because I need to rest my voice. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see if I have that picture. No, it's not that one. Okay, so another YouTuber who I will not name said they wrote Nazeer, and then I did confirm that it was from Nazeer's real page. And then they said, can you answer one question? The photos that Zuniga is sharing, are those the same clothes Shanquella had on? Also, is that Shanquella in the photo? Is this Shanquella, right? So that's what the question they asked Nazeer. And then he wrote, this is, in fact, her from a medic cam. Okay. So he said, this is, in fact, her from a medic cam. Now, to be honest, on the unofficial police report, I think they did name somebody else. Yeah. They named somebody else on there. So that's probably where it came from. I don't know. Anyway, that's from Nazeer. So of course, then the person called him twice and he didn't answer. And then they said, can you talk? I come in peace. I already discussed this person in another video channel. And then anyways, for this, I do give them the thing where he did confirm the picture for them. So they did get him to answer that. And then after that, he pretty much said this is an open case and he pretty much not going to answer any more questions. And then, yeah. So I hope that answered your question. So let me go ahead and move to the next comment. Okay. Yes, they wanted to make it look like she was sick and fell and broke her neck. Yeah. That's exactly what they said. And to be honest, that actually got lost in conversations. But now it has been brought back to conversation because I actually posted an article again to remind everybody that on November 23rd, Daniel De La Rosa Naya stated that he himself has it in his file that the Cabo liars stated that Shanquella drank too much and had an accidental fall in the bathroom. And then on November 24th, a day later, that's when he actually had a press release about the arrest warrant for the direct aggressor. And he emphasized that this was not accidental. And the reason he emphasized is because of the lie that was told by Cabo that it was an accidental fall. He said this was not accidental. This was a direct aggression. And now he wants a femicide charge. So yeah, for a long time, I had forgot about that article, to be honest. And I kept saying, how did Nazeer not see her busted lip, that blood vessel busted in her eye? I mean, spot or red in her eye. The blood, it says a busted blood vessel, right? He says not a black eye. It's like a red dot in her eye. People say that's like a blood vessel, like hemorrhaging in the eye. And then not on her hair. How can you see all that and not be suspicious? Obviously, alcohol poisoning doesn't cause that. But then, of course, he said, remember, they also said a fall, that she fell in the bathroom. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot. There was an article where a reporter talked to Daniel De La Rosa Naya, reporter from Mexico, and that he did state that the Cabo lied about that. So that's why the doctor and Nazeer, to be honest, the doctor doesn't have an excuse to believe that was a fall, in my opinion. She really isn't that professional. Even I will know the difference, because a fall will only be in certain regions of your body that will be affected by it. A violent attack, it will be random regions of your body, like all of your body, different regions will be affected by it that don't really make sense. It's kind of like if someone said someone fell backwards, and then you'll see on their stomach they'll have like punches in their stomach or bruising in their stomach, like punch marks, and you're like, wait, if they fell on their back, then why is their stomach with all these scratches and hits on it and in the front of their body? If that doesn't make sense. And someone will say somebody fell and hit their head, but then they'll have their pelvic region will have punches next to it or bruising and like impact. And I'm like, wait, why is that region of the body affected? So to me, someone that was more knowledge than a regular layperson will actually be able to determine a fall, an accidental fall from a violent attack. Come on now. But yeah, so let's say that once the doctor Nazeer was told to fall as a way to explain away her injuries, to say she drank too much and then also she fell, that's why she's injured. Okay, so then that actually kind of showed why Nazeer wouldn't be suspicious, because they said she fell as well. And then I was like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't know why I forgot about that article and Daniel De La Rosa mentioning that. And then so then I found the article and then I posted it. You have to watch the other video for that link or that information. If you do not know what I'm talking about, you can press 2 and I'll leave it in the description box of the video once the video is done. And for others, I suggest you watch all my videos. That way you can catch up on things you might have missed out on. I see what you're saying, Dani. The forensic team may have gotten there after the maid had already cleaned it. Yeah. And trust me, you think that they don't know. I believe, to be honest, that they had already cleaned up themselves before the maid came. And that when the maid came, they saw the maid cleaning up and they knew exactly that the maid was cleaning down things. Yeah. And the maid found her in the bathroom. That means that the maid had to already probably clean the room. Most people don't go. I don't know. I'm not a house cleaner. A house cleaner goes into a room. Are they gonna clean the bathroom first? Or are they gonna clean the room first? Which one? To be honest, I will clean the room first and then the bathroom. But I have been traveling places before, and someone would come in and they would actually the bathroom, because I'm in the room, I guess. I don't know. But if you came into an empty room and you think the bathroom is empty too, because think about this. I don't know. Because why would the maid go in the bathroom unless the bathroom was left open? Because maybe the bathroom is closed. Was everybody else out in the open somewhere, and then she figured that nobody was in the room? I don't know. The maid found somebody in the bathroom. The bathroom door has to be open, right? Because she would have to knock to announce herself to be able to go into a bathroom and say, anyone in here or something like that, and then no response. Or maybe, according to Nazeer, Shanquella was moaning and grunting, right? Maybe she heard moans and grunts and she was like, what? Huh? Like wondering what was that noise. I don't know. To be honest, the maid, I wish they would release the maid statement, because the maid statement will tell us a lot of information, because she's the first person to come to the crime scene after the attack. Yeah, so her statement is key. Screen says there are supporters of Nazeer, and I understand he did not know when he walked in, but if Shanquella was already passed and showing injuries and the nurse was paid off, then he was part of that. I wouldn't actually call it supporters of Nazeer, because to be honest, most people on here are Team Shanquella. It's not really supportive of one person or the next. It's going by certain information that has been put out. And the information that's been put out is this: Nazeer stated that he did not sign the guest list, right? And as it turns out, he did not sign it. He said he did not get there on Friday the 28th. And as it turns out, with his boarding tickets and confirmed flight information, he actually got there on October 29th. Nazeer said he helped with CPR, and then that was confirmed. A lot of things that he said about this. And then somebody wrote him, says that Shanquella on the floor in the living room. He actually answered, and he said yes. He's actually cooperating with the FBI. They call him to get questions asked, and he's actually answering. He's actually, even on social media, he's answering questions that people have about this. And he actually came out. He actually wanted to do an interview with Gerald Jackson at first to get it out, but then that didn't go over too well because they really didn't mesh well. So it's not really somebody supporting Nazeer. It's kind of like they see that a lot of things he said were actually true. Even though he was all over the place in the video, some things he actually said was true. Now, as far as his other stuff, I will say this, even as I said to him, is that it's kind of like this. Once you were not there during the attack, and you also was not there like an hour, you was only there for an hour before she passed away. I mean, not passed away, before the doctor arrived. So he had maybe 50 to 55 minutes with Shanquella before the doctor arrived. He also assisted with CPR on her, and he also tried to make her comfortable, considering the fact that he was told alcohol poisoning. And so you're told someone has alcohol poisoning, you will turn them to the side, because if you turn them to the side, then they won't really choke on their vomit if they have alcohol poisoning. Nazeer also said before that he had like alcohol poisoning, and so he knew like what to do when someone had drunk too much, right? So he turned her to the side to prevent her from, like, just in case she vomit, to choke on her vomit and try to make her comfortable with alcohol poisoning. Obviously, if he said he was not told about the brutal attack, he only heard about it when the video was leaked online. That's why he came out and made a video right after that to clear his name of that, right, of all these accusations. Now, as far as Nazeer's part, I do believe that even though he wasn't there, that once Shanquella was deceased and she did not go back with them, then he probably should have, just like everybody else there, keep track of where Shanquella was being sent, and also help the family to locate her. Like, Shanquella's father had to find Shanquella by himself, like where she was sent to and everything else. So even just helping with that will actually be great. So that's my part for him, is that I feel like he should have done more as far as making sure that helping the family with Shanquella, like making sure that, even though he did help with CPR, but also help like keep track of her. Like, hey, where are you taking Shanquella? How can the family, have you reached out to the family and do all this? But then of course there are some people will say, hey, well, Khalil was the best, like the closest one to the family, and he had already been making the phone calls to the family already. So people would figure that Khalil would be the one that do it. But a lot of times you can't figure that somebody else would do it. You have to actually take it upon yourself to do it. However, once they got back, I don't know how soon after that did people start blaming them. And then sometimes, like, it's kind of like this: if people start blaming you for something, a little bit, you're not going to really be around those people, because you're going to like how people say, go to the funeral or go here and go there. And to be honest, if people already like they don't really like you, you're not gonna really go to the funeral because you don't want to disrupt the funeral and like have everybody like, oh, you were over there and what y'all did to her and all that, right? So I don't know, but I do hold him responsible for not helping with Shanquella after she passed away, as far as making sure that she returned home to her family. Like even just helping Mr. Bernard to find where she's at and things like that. Yeah. But as far as everything else, to be honest, I believe, like I said yesterday, he was set up. And what I mean by that is the last person that's seen with somebody is usually the person that they investigate first and gets the hardest hit. For him to be there less than an hour, him trying to comfort her while he's so alcohol poisoning that she fell, and then the doctor coming like 50 minutes later. He really didn't have a lot of time to be with her or help with anything beyond that. And by the time he got there, they had already told him that the doctor was on the way. So at first I was like, why he didn't call for help when but then now I see that he got there at 2:17 p.m. Like he pulled up and they had already contacted the doctor, and the doctor said it was on the way at 2:04. So they had already the doctor was already on the way before he even got there. You see what I'm saying? Like, so the doctor, if the concierge says at 2:04 the doctor's on the way, and Nazeer got there at 2:17 pulling up, that means the doctor was already on the way before he came. So when he got into the villa, as soon as he got into the villa, that's when they can say the doctor's on the way, because they had just found out themselves 13 minutes before that the doctor was on the way. You see what I'm saying? So things change once you add in all the timeline. So he's responsible for not doing like 100%, like making sure that where Shanquella was being sent and everything else. Now, another thing I do want to add to this is I don't really think that, since he had 2 flights out there using his mom's flight passes through employee benefits, I don't believe he had a lot of money traveling with him to be able to stay in Cabo or do anything extra like that. I do go outside of what he already had like set up to be able to afford to stay over there and do extra stuff. However, I'm sure if he had contacted the family, they probably would have assisted him in some kind of way of making sure Shanquella, like where she keeping track of her and things like that. So that I just believe that he could have done a little more as far as making sure that her body got back home and her family knew where she was. And of course, it might come out later that he probably thought Khalil was on top of that, because Khalil, who brought the luggage back? Was it Khalil brought the luggage back in the phone back, right? So Khalil probably put himself in a position that he was going to handle the family situation. Because remember, Khalil also brought over Winter, Donovan, and Daejhanae to the mother's house, right? Shanquella's mother's house. So my guess is that Khalil was saying that he was going to, but like even if someone else said they would, I still would reach out and be like, I would still reach out and just in case. I mean, just as a friend, I mean, the more help, the better. So as far as that part, I believe that he should have done more. And I think I actually said that to him too as well. Because I tell the truth. I don't care who I'm talking to. I tell them the truth about their part of what I think. Yeah. Yeah. So as far as that's, let me go to the next comment. So let me see if I don't know if I answered your question or not. Let me see. There are supporters of Nazeer. So I wouldn't say it's supporters of Nazeer. It's people that are going by what can be verified or what has been told. A lot of things he has said actually has been confirmed later on that he was telling the truth about it. And also that in fact that he's answering questions from like this other screenshot I have right here is him answering the question about is that Shanquella on the floor. Who else is answering questions like that? He's the only one that answered it. Gerardo Zuniga put it out, but he didn't everyone didn't believe him. Then Nazeer said, yeah, it is her. And then some people still don't believe him, right? But he at least answered the question. He didn't have to answer that. And to be honest, he doesn't even have to answer my questions I have. Like, why is he even helping or answering questions? Think about it. Since that's the way, let's see here. I understand he didn't know when he walked in, but if Shanquella was already passed and showing injuries and the nurse was paid off, then he was part of that. And what proof do you have the nurse was paid off? And it's actually a doctor. I don't know if you know already, but I actually pulled up her license information. So she's actually a doctor, Carolina Ornelas, and she actually has training and license to be a doctor. So for that, again, on my channel, I kind of run things a little differently. And how I do it is someone will actually say something like someone is a nurse, and I will actually go pull up their license information to see what they are for real. So I actually have to pull up receipts. So even like Nazeer says, I got there on October 29th. I don't say, oh, I believe everything he says. No, I said, can you give me your boarding passes, the full boarding passes, so I can call in the airport and confirm it. So that's when he sent me his full boarding passes, and I confirmed it. I'm not gonna believe something just because somebody said it. So if somebody says, oh, she's a nurse, that's when I pull up her license and see that she actually is a real doctor, and I also see like what school she went to and her credentials. So again, I don't just believe what people say. I actually have to find a receipt or confirmation of it, and that's including Nazeer. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, but yeah, again, these are my opinions. Some people believe the doctor was paid off, and others don't. I don't believe it. And one thing I can say is this: I don't believe that someone would give up their. She's only been a doctor for a year and a half. Like probably her first job at American Medical Center. She had just had years and years of education. If anybody knows, like, you have years and years of education, the amount of work you have to put into it, the amount, oh my gosh, the amount of papers, endless papers and research and all the stuff you have to do just to get through all those years. And you're not going to really throw it away. Now, you might catch some people up in some $1 million scams or something, but you're going to be catching nobody that spent this much time in school with a little bit of money. So she spent too much time, in my opinion, to throw her whole life away for a few bucks from some Americans that she didn't know. So I don't believe that she was paid off. And also, there hasn't been any proof of any payoff. And in fact, the doctor text the concierge based on the concierge, and the concierge says they still have the messages that the doctor was saying that Shanquella needed emergency help, but the friends were going back and forth on the phone with someone, I guess, talking about insurance and money and things like that. So yeah, I don't believe anything about the doctor being paid off or anything like that. But of course, everyone can believe what they want to believe, but this is just my opinion. I thought really hard about yesterday, and I really think Nazeer was set up, and that's why DJ is not talking to him, because he knows the truth and just called me Bonnie. I actually told him that I believe that he was set up, and yeah, to be honest, most people are not going to believe that people that they know for a long time and consider to be friends will actually set them up or anything. However, child, that don't mean anything, because when people are facing prison or jail, they'll throw you under the bus, or they'll try to get you roped off in their stuff. I'll try to pin something on you or frame you. And needless to say, science always wins. So no one can really pin something on you when it comes to science, because once it's determined her exact time of death and everything like that, then they can only go by who was around her during that time period, not anyone that came after. However, as far as the public goes, and public opinion, public scrutiny, and witch hunted, then what was I even saying? When you're witch hunted, right? People actually will just go about their opinion and like say, well, you're the last one with her. You're the ones out here. Like, no one can attack Daejhanae. We could attack Daejhanae before because we could call her job and try to get her fired. But now, since she's not speaking and she's in hiding, we can't really attack her, right? So now Nazeer is the one out here posting on IG, posting on Twitter. He's out here and people see that he's out and about. So he's the one that people say is easier to attack, because to take all your anger out on and take all your frustration out on, because he's the only one available. The others are in hiding. So it's kind of expected, to be honest, if you're the only one out and about and available and everybody is frustrated at no justice for Shanquella, then you're going to be the one attacked. And remember when he made his first video, Nazeer, when he made his first video, he actually in that video, he was actually telling his part and clearing his name and pretty much saying they saying that they did something and he had nothing to do with it. So he was already, at that point, he was already separating himself. and saying like, I didn't even know about this and things like that. So I'm pretty sure that he, at that point when he made that video, he realized that something was up, right? And to be honest, like I said before, if they were your friends, then they are your friends, right? And they know you wasn't there. Let's be honest. The FBI only will take a few minutes to find out who was there and who was not there. You know how? Because flight information cannot be changed. It only takes them a few minutes to hit up American Airlines and everybody else to get 100% proof of when everyone flights arrived and departed. Secondly, it only takes they already know who actually arrived and departed, like through the security of the neighborhood. Each neighborhood has a security gate you have to go through. And I'm not talking about for the villa itself. It does have a little gate area. I'm talking about for the whole area to get into that subdivision, like a homeowner association. You have to go through that gate. So they have security cameras there, so they'll be able to see. Secondly, the transportation agencies, they take people's names and their date of a ride. Even like you take Uber and Lyft, you can actually go on the app and see like your times and your, to be honest, I drive myself now for a while, so I really haven't used Uber and Lyft in a while. But at one point you can just go on there and see your rides you take and everything else, right? And the dates. So everything is pretty much date and timestamp these days. So it won't take that long for the FBI to find out people's exact arrival to the villa, and also like in and out that gate timestamps, transportation timestamp, the flight, like walking through the airport or going through the airport, like when they show their passport. That's easy. That's the easy part of investigation for FBI. So no one is going to be able to get away with lying about their arrival and things like that. So since he was not there on October 28th or October 29th, and he was only there an hour, less than an hour before the doctor arrived, and then at that point they left him with Shanquella to take care of her by himself, to put his fingerprints on her, to take care of her, to be the one that gives CPR, and to distance themselves from Shanquella, right? So to me, that is exactly what it is, a setup. Because in any investigation, the police will always say, who was the last person seen with the victim? The person the victim was last seen with, and everything like that. Everybody knows that. And secondly, if someone brutally attacks somebody, you don't want to put your fingers on that person, your fingerprints on that person, or have anything to do with that person. And I don't mean in a negative way. What I mean is you don't want your DNA or your self to be included on that person's person or body, because then that's now a part of evidence collection. But in this case, it still won't work, like I said, because even the autopsy gave it away. The autopsy has a key line. It says that some of her injuries on her body were sustained 12 hours before she was deceased. So once Nazeer got there at 2:17 p.m., she already had injuries sustained to her body. And don't forget, the reason the concierge was contacted because Shanquella was already injured. And Nazeer was not there at the time when the concierge was contacted. He wasn't there at that 150 to 152 when the concierge was contacted, right? So that automatically cleared him, because that's going to show that she was already injured before he came. Because remember, the concierge says 150 to 152, Daejhanae called needing assistance for Shanquella. And then it shows Nazeer pulling up at 2:17 p.m. So he automatically wasn't even there at all. So he's clear, to be honest. However, that's for criminal. For criminal things, he's clear. But for civil, not so much. And for civil, that means you're getting into negligence, or I would say that's for the doctor, medical negligence. For Nazeer, I would say for him moving her body, then people can say that you should not have moved her body because she has atlas luxation, and then her head is supposed to be stabilized. Her head is not supposed to be moved. It's supposed to be stabilized, like her neck and head. Yeah. So him moving her body, people can try to say that he made her condition worse or sped up her death because by moving her body. So that's what I mean by setup. And also even turning her to her side is moving her body, because she actually needs to just stay on her back, and then her neck needs to be in the same position, like stabilized. She doesn't need to be on her side. Nope. Like turning her aside. So even turning her aside just to prevent vomiting. Remember, he's trying to help for alcohol poisoning, but turning her to her side is not helping for outlet localization. Nope. So yeah. Right. She could have went from the front to the back. It takes time to clean, so we can judge from the time she got there. Yeah. So I don't believe that, to be honest, I don't believe that day she got there exactly at noon. I believe that she got there probably a little later, and then by the time she found Shanquella, it was close to the time of them contacting the concierge. Because that nurse is not going to leave that villa without knowing that her boss and her partners and the colleagues are not going to be aware of what's happening. If someone tells me they're going to contact a colleague of mine and tell them what's going on at the villa, like the concierge, then I'll be rest assured, not, then I'll be like, okay. And knowing me, I'll still call and like, you know what's going on? But some people are like, once it's taken care of, they feel like this is taken care of. But I think that they contacted that concierge before before the maid could do it. I think Nazeer was forced into the setup, but judging by the autopsy and the science, when he arrived, she was gone. I do not believe there was a sign of life. So you believe, okay, so if you believe that Nazeer, if you believe that Shanquella was already deceased when Nazeer got there, then what would he be responsible for? So some people are saying that they believe that Nazeer, I keep saying, see, that's what I'm saying. I need people to come up here. I'm starting to get tired already. If you believe that Shanquella was already deceased by the time Nazeer got there, then what are you holding him responsible for? Because if someone is already deceased by the time he get there, then what did he do? Because if you're saying that she was already deceased, that means that she was already died from her injuries, and that means somebody else injured her before he got there, and then he got there and she's deceased. So then what would he actually be guilty of at that point? Are you saying he got there and she was deceased, and then he rubbed her forehead, played music, and then helped cover it up? Like, I don't. So explain your point, because to me that actually clears him up. If someone is deceased by the time you get somewhere, you're automatically in the clear, because now they're already deceased, so you have nothing to do with anything because they're already gone. Right? To be honest, I would rather say somebody's deceased when I got somewhere than alive, because if I say they're deceased, then people are like, oh, well, you didn't have anything because they were already dead when you got there. If I say that person was alive when I got there and then I was with them for an hour while they were alive, then oh shit. Now I'm the last person with someone while they were alive before help arrived. That would put me in more hot water. So if I actually want to cover up something, child, if Nazeer wanted to cover up, his best option was to say that she was deceased when he arrived. That would actually be more helpful for him. For him to say she was alive when he arrived, then that actually wouldn't be as helpful. So a lot of things that really make sense for that, because I would rather say someone was deceased when I came. Like when I came home, my husband was already deceased, and then now I'm clear, right? But if I say when I got home, my husband was alive, but then an hour later or so he died, and they're like, "Oh, wait, so he was alive? He was alive when you came home, and then he died later." Then there'll be questions like, "What did you do?" So to be honest, it's best to say someone was deceased than alive too, if you're going to cover up. Hi, Dani. I believe the maid saw a lot. Otherwise, how she confused Daejhanae with being a man. In that case, that will actually show that Daejhanae probably wait, let me go back. Back. Where did this information come from about Daejhanae, the maid confusing? this information came from Gerardo Zuniga. And to be honest, I don't really go into the maid stuff all the way because I haven't seen the maid statement. I've heard hearsay about what the maid said, but the only statement that was released was the concierge statement, the concierge manager statement, Geo, and Sue Ann Robinson talked about Dr. Nella, some of her statement, and then Nazeer has made statements. The maid statement has not been put in front of our own two eyes to see exactly what she said word for word. We heard hearsay from Gerardo Zuniga. So as far as that, I actually would need more than hearsay to actually go by what the maid said. Now, what I did hear was from the concierge that the maid was questioned, but we don't know what her statement was. Like, what did she say exactly? And I'm not saying that Gerardo Zuniga is lying. I'm just saying that I can't go by his hearsay. I need to actually hear. I need to see the maid statement for myself. And as far as that goes, and I'll be completely honest, and I actually show proof before. I'm not saying he's not telling the truth, but what I'm saying is this: the day before Gerardo Zuniga went on the lead attorney channel and talked about the maid, Lucy, and said maid Lucy in the afternoon and the early morning attack. Go watch my video I made this the day before and listen up. I was the first one on YouTube to talk about Lucy the maid and coming in the afternoon. And I had reached out to Gerardo as soon as I found it, and I talked to him and I said, "Can you ask Daniel De La Rosa Naya about the maid?" He said, "Yeah," and then he never got back to me, but he went live the next day and talked about the maid, Lucy. I'm the first one. I posted proof and timestamps. Yep. So like I said, I don't believe anything about that until I see a statement from the maid, because I put out the maid information before Gerardo Zuniga. And that's proof. It's proven in videos and timestamps. And to be honest, when he started talking about it in that live, I was like, what the? This is my information. And maybe I was, because to be honest, sometimes I'd be spot on. Like I'll say something based on what I think and based on reviews and receipts. And then it actually will come to be true later. I'm not like a psychic, but I just go by receipts and I just make an educated guess, right? But yeah, go check out Gerardo Zuniga video on the lead attorney, or was it one of the people, lead attorney, or was it Gerald Jackson? Either way it goes, I forgot which one. But I made my video the day before he made his, so I put out that information first, the exact information. And not all into detail about what the maid said, but the maid Lucy and the time, the date, the times, like what time the maid came and things like that. And then I had also messaged him on WhatsApp about the maid Lucy and the time. So yeah, I need to tell Nazeer I'm sorry. To be honest, a lot of times people, this happens a lot of times in cases, and Shanquella lost her life and we all want justice. So all of us just wanted justice, and all the people together, it just seems like she didn't have any real friends at all. Everybody was involved. And I mean, everybody was saying things, including myself. Right. But as new information comes along, that's when you will say, you'll be mature and say, well, we have new information now. So since we have new information, we'll just correct ourselves and then move forward. So it's best to do it that way than to actually hunker down and still say, you know what, I'm still going to keep on saying misinformation, even though I know the truth now. Right. I mean, and then even now, like I just found out, like he was actually still in contact with the FBI and he answers any of their questions. And to be honest, does that actually make sense? Because look, why would he answer the FBI questions when he's answering my questions? He answered another YouTuber's questions. So obviously he's a person that's answering questions, right? And he was also willing to do an interview with Gerald Jackson. So he's not hiding and he's not refusing to answer questions. So he's not hiding at all. And to be honest, that's probably why he's getting attacked, because he's the only one not hiding. Everybody else is hiding. One maid for all that, it will take hours. Yeah, so what? That's what I'm saying. So by the time the maid came, I believe the maid came at a certain time, and then by the time she got to Shanquella's room and found her in that bathroom, that's when she called them in there, and they put clothes on her, and then they contacted that concierge. And then once the maid saw, they contacted the concierge, and then she felt satisfied that it was handled. I believe that they attacked her more than just that one short video we saw. And I believe that they panicked, and they wanted, to be honest, I think they wanted her to die and not get help. They was hoping that she died before help arrived, or they got help. Because if someone survives, then they'll be able to tell their story and you'll go to jail. If someone dies, then your secrets and everything that happened, there's no longer going to be a witness to everything that happened. Well, there's not going to be a real witness like a person, but to be honest, when it comes to autopsy and science, then usually autopsy will tell the story. So the autopsy has told the story. They told their story, and it was fake. It was alcohol poisoning in the fall in the bathroom. The autopsy shows the real story, and since she had these injuries in different regions of her body, the autopsy showed that it was violence and not an accidental fall. Like I said, you can say that somebody fell, but to be honest, if there are too many regions of the body that are impacted and injured, then you cannot, that's not going to be viewed as a fall. That's not going to work. Nope. That might work if you throw somebody from a high up place, like you throw somebody from an 8th floor balcony. Obviously, that can do all kinds of damage all over their body, right? But if someone just falls in the bathroom, that's not going to be able to impact someone's overall body. So that's why it came up as violence instead of accidental. So that didn't work. So the autopsy told the real story, and the Cabo told the fake story. Yep. And since she had injuries on her body, like at least 12 hours before she passed away, then that means exactly what it means, y'all. That they had already been like hitting her or brutally attacking her way before she actually passed away. And they probably just watched her like suffer and didn't want to do any to be honest, they had watched her long enough to see that she could not talk, and they had watched her long enough to see that she couldn't move. They had watched her and observed her long enough to figure out her true condition and what she was capable of doing or not. And subconsciously, even subconsciously, they was probably hoping that she would just go ahead and pass away, and so that she wouldn't be able to their secrets would die, and she wouldn't. You think, like, why would Daejhanae say alcohol poisoning, right? And a fall, if she thinks that Shanquella will be able to speak up and say, no, I was brutally attacked. She knew that Shanquella wouldn't be able to speak up anymore or be able to get things out. So she had already made her observations. Yep. But truthfully, if she had survived, then she could have made some kind of recovery if she had surgery. I don't know how much she would actually survive. Because there's other ways people can try to get you to communicate. Like if you're able to move your eyes and you'll still be able to hear, somebody might say, like, move your eye to the left or right to signal this or that, like yes or no. So there's ways people can try to communicate with people that even though they can't speak and they can still hear, right? And also if they're paralyzed, there's still ways you can try to communicate. But let's see. Shanquella died at 9 a.m. latest. Nazeer came at 2:30. How was he moving her around and not knowing she was deceased? And that's the whole thing. To be honest, I don't believe that she was deceased. And I don't believe that she died at 9 a.m. in the morning. I don't believe that she was deceased. For her to be deceased, You also, for your timeline, you also leaving out the maid. The maid is not going to come at 9 a.m. in the morning. Or you're trying to say that she passed away and then the maid came later and found her deceased? Okay. Okay, let's say for this argument's sake, I will say this. If you think that Nazeer came and she was deceased already, if you think that Shanquella was already deceased by the time Nazeer arrived, then what will Nazeer be responsible for? I mean, if someone's already deceased by the time you arrive, then what are you responsible for now? You're responsible for what would you be guilty of if you arrive and someone's already deceased? Because that's not going to be anything wrong if someone is deceased and you're saying, oh, you carried around someone deceased, but what charge is that? To be honest, everyone that says that Shanquella was already deceased when Nazeer arrived, you're actually like saying, hey, that you're taking away all his responsibility as far as her unaliving her, because that means that he didn't unalive her because she was already deceased before he came. And then are you trying to say now that he got there and she was deceased and he carried her around and played music and tried to comfort her while she was deceased and to go a part of the cover up? I don't understand. So maybe I could drop the link and someone can come up and explain their theory. Okay, but my big question is, did he leave with them? And if he did, why? I personally think, to be honest, that everybody there should have done more as far as reaching out with the family and making sure that Shanquella arrived home. And I also believe that I believe that Khalil was put in charge of the family, handling the family and talking to the family, and as being the one that's supposed to be the closest. And Salamandra said that Khalil was Shanquella's only real friend out of the group. Like the one that she knows about is Khalil, and Khalil has been on family vacations with them and everything else. And we do know that Khalil was the one contacting Shanquella's mother and talking to her about Shanquella saying she wasn't feeling well, and then he called back and later on said she was deceased. So in my opinion, I think they put Khalil in charge. They thought Khalil was be the one to actually keep those communications open. But yeah, either way it goes, even though if I had a friend in a group that I felt that they were the one calling the mother and they were the one communicating to the parents, I would still reach out to give my condolences, and I'll actually reach out to still help out with that. Now, I do know in his video, he did say, I hope Shanquella gets justice. And I'm sorry to the family. He did say something in his video to the family that he hopes Shanquella gets justice and something else. But as far as Mr. Bernard Robinson goes, he had to be the one to actually find where Shanquella was. He had to call around Mexico. And I believe that one of the friends, including Nazeer, one of them should actually have been calling around to see where Shanquella was. And now looking at it, to be honest, I don't expect Khalil or any of the Kabul 5 that were there already to be trying to help find anything, because they already felt guilty and they didn't want to have anything to do with anything once everything was out, whatever. And the questions were coming in. And by question, I mean them going to Salamandra's house, and they're like, what? They're asking questions of the Kabul, like, what happened over there, right? Obviously, you got questions about what happened to your daughter or sister, or yeah. Now, as far as Nazeer, I think that he could have also reached out and like, hey, do y'all need help with anything? I like that. So yeah, I do believe that he had that part as being a friend, going a little extra mile as a friend. But as far as anything else, not so much, because he was only there less than an hour. And I also believe that he don't really have that much money for that trip, and that's why his mom gave him tickets to fly out there for his birthday under her like employee benefits. I don't really think he had enough money to get his own like place over there or stay somewhere else outside of where the villa that was already paid for. I don't think he had his own money to get around or anything like that. I pretty much not get around. I really don't think he has much money to stay anywhere else, so he probably had to follow along with others to be able to get back to the United States. I don't know. I don't really think he had money to do anything extra besides what was already planned or in the making. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest, if I were to travel and something unexpected happened, I have money for unexpected happenings or unexpected situations. So if I'm at that bill and I can stay at that bill, or I need somewhere else to stay, or something else happened, I need to stay longer, then I will be able to. But not everybody is able to do that. Let's see. And again, I'm not gonna make any excuses for anybody, because like I said to him too, that I say the same thing to him. I'm an honest person, so I'm not gonna say, oh, you shouldn't have done more or this or that. Okay, so one of the reports said a man was injured. I don't remember if it was in the witness reports. Did they find out what man this was and how he was injured? I think you're referring to the concierge, and the concierge stated that he was one of the boxes were checked that says he's a victim. Now, in that, to me, to be honest, there can be an error where that was accidentally checked. We cannot rule that out. So that it could have been accidentally checked, right? If he was a victim, it could be like he was manipulated into believing that it was alcohol poisoning and tricked. And should I actually throw something out here? I don't know if I should throw something out here that's something that a defense attorney will use. See, sometimes I don't like to put things out there because I know a defense attorney or somebody will use this. And I'm not saying that even if I put it out there, I'm saying that the person will still use it. But I'm talking about as part of the conversations that's not being discussed. There's something in that statement that a defense attorney will spin. And press 1 if y'all think I actually mentioned it to y'all what it is, what can be spun on that thing, on that 18-page document. So press 1 if you actually want me to mention it. But child, it's something that will be brought up as part of the defense. And that's why the FBI is going to be working hard on this, because they already know the defense will actually come out with a different strategies to try to get their person off. On the attack video, DJ tells Shanquella, "I'm tired of your shit. What could have happened that night? It leads me to that card game that Shanquella attacked her and DJ." Yeah, like I said, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I believe that Shanquella is a type that throws jokes, and it's just in a joking manner, in a friendly way. It's not to be for someone to take offense to it. But if you actually have friends that are overly sensitive, or people that are overly sensitive, you have to be careful when you throw even like just slight shade or just jokes at them, because they take it as you're trying to make fun of them or bully them, and then it builds up, and then they go off. They are overly sensitive. And some people don't like to say, "Oh, don't say, oh, somebody's overly sensitive," but people are. There are some people that you can joke with, and then there are some people you're like, "Oh no, they can't take any joke," so you don't joke with that person, because they'll snap off. They'll snap at you over a little joke, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, this person can't take no joke." I believe that's Daejhanae. And I also believe she's insecure and jealous as well. But yeah, that card game definitely added to that. And also when she was doing push-ups, and Shanquella is comfortable in her body, and Daejhanae isn't. Shanquella would go skinny dipping, but Daejhanae didn't even want to pick out a bathing suit, because she didn't want to put on a bathing suit and have to compete with the other girls there, especially Shanquella. So it's like, "Oh, I don't know what bathing suit I'm gonna wear. All these cute bathing suits, etc." Murder Lee, he must have overheard the plan to get out of Dodge, and the payoff to the nerds. I guess I feel bad that he was in a situation, but he still lied at the end of the day. What did he lie about? And you're assuming that he heard the plan. What happened if he didn't hear it was like a plan to get out of Dodge? Okay, for Nazeer's statement that he didn't know about a brutal attack until the video came out. So I guess if he arrived there, according to you, Shreen, you say he arrived there and she was deceased, and then he helped cover it up. I guess what you're saying, that he helped cover it up once he arrived there and Shanquella was deceased. What would Nazeer benefit from getting there and someone is already unalive and deceased? What would he gain from help covering it up? And why would they then later on going to say, the doctor say that Nazeer helped with CPR, right? So you're saying that the doctor and Nazeer are both lying together, saying that they did CPR and they did this and that on Shanquella, and that also that you're saying that when Daejhanae texted the concierge, that she texted him that Shanquella had alcohol poisoning and that she was already deceased, that Shanquella was already deceased when she texted the concierge, because you said that she died early that morning. So you're saying that Daejhanae texted the concierge about Shanquella having alcohol poisoning, she was already deceased, and then he sent out the doctor, and then Shanquella was already deceased, and Nazeer got there, she was already deceased. And you're saying the maid got there, she was already deceased. So if the maid found Shanquella in the bathroom, she's already deceased, then what happens now? To me, if you find somebody in the bathroom deceased, the story ends there. That because you know why? The maid would actually report to the concierge or report to somebody definitely higher up. That's a big thing. You don't go to work and someone dies and you don't call anybody. If you're at work and you're a maid and you find a dead body in the bathroom, you're gonna report it immediately to your concierge or somebody. You're not gonna just go home or just leave and like, oh yeah, this is a normal day. Nah, that's something interrupting your day. If you find somebody unresponsive and they're making noises or sounds, you're actually probably gonna like, oh, this person is alive. But you find someone deceased, no. So I believe that she was unresponsive, saying that she was already deceased earlier in the day. That means the maid, Nazeer, and the doctor will all have been dealing with a deceased person, and that Daejhanae will actually test the concierge about a deceased person, and that Nazeer will be rubbing the head and moving around a deceased person. I don't believe that part. It makes more sense for her to be unresponsive, and that's why the maid left, because the maid saw that she was still alive. And then for Nazeer to get there and try to comfort her for alcohol poisoning because he sees that she's still alive. And the doctor seeing that she's still alive, but something is wrong with her. So trying to help her, but then not taking the IV. And then the doctor sees she's losing her pulse and tries to resuscitate her. And then the autopsy actually confirms that setup. The autopsy confirms the excessive like CPR that was done. The autopsy confirms that Shanquella sustained injuries to her body 12 hours before she was deceased. That means that she got injured and then 12 hours later she passed away within that time frame, like from her first hit to her body. So yeah, who unalived someone in Paradise Monsters? How does the science prove that she was unresponsive? The science doesn't prove that she was unresponsive. The science actually proves that she was alive. The science actually proves that she was alive. The autopsy. So actually, you can like tell me what page of autopsy you're looking at, because the autopsy shows that she actually had injuries on her body 12 hours before she passed away. That means she at least lived for 12 hours since the first time she was struck on her body. So that's not showing an immediate death. Now you're talking about a death certificate with a 15-minute estimate. Then I'm not going by that. I'm going by the full autopsy released by Sue Ann Robinson, Shanquella's lawyer. Okay, here's a joint link. They all left just for Shanquella. Yeah, they should have actually contacted Bernard Robinson, Salamandra, and said, hey, we're going to make sure Shanquella gets back to the United States. What can we do to help? Going like the extra mile. And including Nazeer. Okay, When he pulled up, I believe he was told she wasn't feeling well, but when he entered, he must have known she was gone. Okay, but what proof do you have that she's gone? Right? What proof? And why would he need to lie? Because to be honest, like I said before, if you actually want to get away with something, the best thing you need to do is say someone was already dead when you arrived. Because now you can't be blamed for anything because you can say, well, when I got there, they were already dead. For him to say she's alive, then that actually makes it worse for him, to be honest. Because trust me, I'd rather someone say, um, I'd rather say that my husband was dead when I got home than to say he was alive and then he died shortly after. Because now I'm putting myself at the scene at the time of him still being alive and also now dying. The first one is actually I'm putting myself there when he's already gone. It's like, and he was already gone when I got there. So the best bet for Nazeer was to say that she was deceased, not alive when he arrived. But he said alive. And then the doctor also said it. Uh welcome, 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 Shell.
Thanks, Dani. Thank you.
Okay, so and for the people that say Nazeer was deceased, again, you have to actually what you're actually helping him out, to be honest, because now you're saying that he had nothing he could do or anything he could do to help because she was already deceased by the time he got there. So then you're pretty much clearing him of anything that could be on his part. Besides, now you're trying to say, I guess, that she was deceased by the time he arrived, but he still like covered up stuff for them. I don't know what. So I don't know. Like you're saying that he covered up. Um, at what time would he actually have been included on the plans? Like since he was actually taking the flight and he had to go through customs and everything else, and he got there at 2:17. At what point in time would they have a good conversation with him to tell him everything that happened and the plans to cover it up? Because to be included on the cover up, you have to actually be told everything. So when was he actually told everything that went down so he could be a part of the cover up? Because remember, the police also came to the villa. The police and everybody else came to the villa and the doctor. So Nazeer will have to be told everything so he'll be able to help with everything, to help with the cover up. You can't leave somebody out of the discussion if they are covering up. Shall you have anything to add?
I just wanted to say, like the whole I believe that it's just too much focus on Nazeer, where I think it's become a distraction. Um, because the if the way I see it, and because I do believe the receipts, I believe the airline, receipts. Um, I believe I'm assuming it was an Uber because I didn't see like how the cabs have that meter thing in the middle, and it was no meter there. So in my mind, I'm thinking that aside from the airline, FBI could also they can track Uber receipts, So I don't know if they have hacks, and I don't even know if everybody says that. But anyway, if he took an Uber, besides everything else, he still has Uber receipts, whether it's Uber, Lyft, or whatever it was. It was some type of service. So outside of that, they're going to have that too. So let's not negate that. That's number one. So in my mind, I'm thinking when I'm calculating stuff, listen, that's the time he got there. He can't get around it one way or the other because even with the outside of the airline, we still have the Uber. That's all electronic, right? So then what I'm saying is that with that being said, when I read the charges, right, that they are basically gunning for, there's the manslaughter, which is obviously it's either manslaughter or voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. They're asking the president for that. Then they're saying like the obstruction of justice. For the co-conspirators, it's the obstruction of justice and aiding and abetting and all these other stuff. And I feel like the reason why I feel like there is too much time being spent on this is that if in fact he gets
he's listed, which I really I don't think he's going to be able to get around that, and he's going to have to he's going to have to defend himself in court. But no matter way you slice it or dice it, they're going to gun for him for the co-conspirator, right? So he's going, whether he was there the 28th or the 29th, he's still getting the same. He's still going to have to defend himself on the same thing. So why waste so much time on that part of it? Let him defend himself in court, and let's like kind of like everybody move to more important things that we very well may be noticing. And what I'm saying is that because I feel like there's become a divide amongst our own community of people over something that, whether he was there the 28th, the 29th, whether he was at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m., he's still going to be tried for the same charge. So, and that's up to him and their lawyers to fight in court. So why are we dividing ourselves when we're all seeking the same thing? We're dividing ourselves on something that, regardless of what time, he's still going to be getting the same, he's still going to be tried on the same charge. So I'm just asking, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. And my voice or my opinion may mean something, or it may mean nothing. But I still would like to say that, like, let's stop dividing each other on something that, regardless of what date and what time, he's still going to be the same thing. And he's not the only one there. I think it's just like, I think at this point, we just need to say, we agree to disagree on the time, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what time or what day, he's still going to be facing the same charge, except for the minuscule of people who believe that he was Daejhanae versus whoever he was fighting her. Now they're going to be in that 1-2% margin, and I think they can sit right there. Because it's clearly obvious that that's a woman. It's a lot of things that we could point out to prove that that's a woman. And it's a lot of things that we could point out to say it's Daejhanae. So that 2-3% I could see. Okay, all right, stand your ground on that you think it's him. Nobody can tell you not to. You follow what I'm saying? But then the other 97% of us, right? We need to stop dividing on this and start looking at other contributing factors to this case, because no matter which way you go with it, right, it's still going to be the same charge. So we're really pretty much bumping heads for nothing.
Yeah, I agree that it's a lot of times arguments over things that are really not really, to be honest, doesn't really matter over a lot of times. I think that a lot of times people just like to have discussions on things, whether it matters or not in the end. So are you referring to the letter to the president of the charges, or what are you referring to? Something new?
Yes, in the thing, and what I'm saying, I'm not saying he's going to be charged with it. He's going to be tried for it. I'm sorry, and let me. Well, they're looking to try all the co-conspirators on the same thing. It says the co-conspirators. It says what they want to be tried for. When they go through court, they go through discovery and everything else, and it could be, okay, my client can be tried on this, and my client can be tried on that. You got to drop this and you drop that, but that goes through, when they start going to court, they're going to go through discovery, and it's going to come along that lines. But right now, from what I don't know if you saw in that letter to the president, before you get to the witness statements and everything else, they specifically say what they want, what they're looking for the co-conspirators to be tried on. But the FBI agrees on that, but her attorney side, when he wrote that letter, he and Sue wrote that letter, they said what the co-conspirators should be tried on, and it was aiding and abetting, obstruction of justice, and there's one other, and I'm scared to drop down because sometimes when I drop down, I get kicked out of StreamYard. But it has like 3 different things that they're looking for the co-conspirators. So my thing is that I think that I feel like that there's some content creators, whichever end of the stick that they're on, even when, whether I agree with them or not, even the ones I disagree with, they're being beat up about it. The ones I agree with, they're being beat about. It's all about who believes what. But Stop beating the content creators because they're keeping the story alive, whichever, regardless of what end of the scope that they're on. But at the end of the day, on the legal aspect, all of them can be tried for all of that, but it's up to them at the time of, when this goes to goes to court, to be able to defend themselves. We're not saying that they're going to get those charges. They're going to be tried on them regardless. This is what they're going to get tried on. And I don't care if you got there the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, or the 30th. This is what they're gunning for, and this is what they need to be looking out for. And the time doesn't really matter right now. I don't think it matters about what time Nazeer got there. I don't think it matters what date. The attorneys have spoken. They said what they're going to do, and it's going to stand for everybody that was there from the 28th. It's going to go for whoever's at the 29th. It doesn't matter. And I think that it's just making a divide between everybody about something that is, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. They're going to get that regardless. They're going to get tried on that regardless. So that they're going to be gunning to try them on that. I don't know if they're going to, the FBI still didn't say what they're going to do or they're not going to do. But that's what their attorneys is looking at.
Hi, y'all. How are you? Hi, Dani. Hi, Chow.
Hey, welcome to the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate, again, having these conversations and keeping this story alive. I think that's the main thing and most important thing, is to keep Shanquella Robinson's story up to date. And of course, like Shell said, like the truth is the most important thing, because I do feel like false information can hurt this case, and I do feel like people get carried away a little bit. And I do feel like sometimes, being in the chat, you're taken a little wrong because you're not hearing the tone of the voice, or, their nerves are charged. So, sometimes we read things wrong, or like, so I say all that to say, again, Chell, I agree with you. We should not make this a Nazeer thing. But it is a topic of conversation, and I think that's why people are talking about it. And I think that this story doesn't live in a vacuum of what we saw in that video. So like there is when they booked their trip, and then there is when they got on that flight, and then there's the day that Nazeer decided to go, and there's like levels to this story that I think culminated to something happening that in that 30-second clip that we watched. And I think that's why we're so not divided, but I think that's why we're so confused, is because that video just didn't make any sense. You hear two people saying okay, and a bunch of people standing around, one in a polo, that looked like they work there. And then the autopsy report is all over the place. The concierge story is kind of all over the place. Like, it's confusing, right? And we're all just confused, like I mean, there's facts, and I think we agree on all those facts. Nazeer was not there on he wasn't the one attacking Shanquella. That, I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard. Heat wave, even if you put the heat to the picture, that's just the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Not the heat.
Not the heat wave. Like, I can't with the heat wave, but and I mean, anyone could look like the same person if you put heat on a picture. Like, that's just wild to me. But anyways, I digress. I do think that, there's some facts to what Nazeer is saying, and all I'm saying is that I think Nazeer is scared because the charges that he might be facing is, some people talk a lot when they're scared, and some people sit quiet. I'm a horrible liar, so I talk a lot. I will give extra information, and some I used to watch a lot of the interrogation videos, body language, and how people, what part of their body they touch when they're saying something. And I watched Nazeer's video. I do feel like he was very aware. And Dani, I understand what you're saying. Like, he would want to say, I came and she was dead. But I feel like that's scaring him to say that. I feel like for him, that is not, he wants to say, oh, she was alive, because I feel like he's scared to say, when I got there, she was dead. I feel like he's scared to say that. And I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, I would want to come into something and it already happened and she died. And, I was rubbing her head and I was so sad about that. And I was playing Summer Walker and waiting for the nurses to come. That would make more sense than I mean, I think everyone knows what an unalive person looks like. I think, right? Or am I like, out of line with that one, So
I agree.
I feel like I would know, and I feel like I saw a fight one time, and like, again, violence and all that stuff, I can't do it. Like, I had to take a break from this stuff for a little bit because, my mental health was, I don't want to say obsessed, but I'm just like so bothered that these people are still walking free. Like, I can't believe it. But the thing is I saw a fight once, when I was like in my early 20s, and the girl punched her face so hard. You could, like, it was just like, it was like 1-2. That girl's face blew up like a balloon. It looked crazy, and like, obviously my friend was the person that fought her, but I stayed with the girl, and I was just like, she does not look right, and ambulance came and all that. She's okay, whatever. But the way Shanquella was beaten, I cannot believe he walked in and was like, there was just a little something here and something there. That's a lie. I don't know. That's just my opinion. So
I agree. And I know this, I can't see the name, but I just want to slide in really quick to the
it's
clarify.
Shireen. It's
Oh,
Shireen.
Sheridan, and then that's somebody else, and I didn't want to overstep you because I know your neck, the person with a T on there.
Tammy.
Okay, sorry.
Tanya, I don't want to overstep, but I want to clarify the reason why I said what I said about the divide is that I do mod on other channels, so I don't mod on this one. But even because I have a trained eye for being a moderator, is that I do see stuff in the chat. Like, it's not necessarily always addressed by the content creator, which is good, but I'm trained to look at different things in the chat, and I see a lot of gaslighting about that goes on about the differences of opinion. And I think that it's like, I feel like that's wasted because I read what was written to the president. I read what they wrote. And I think that at this point in time, that regardless of what date, what time, and all those other things, the co-conspirators, they're looking for that, they can be tried on all of these things. So it doesn't really matter. So why are we dividing on that aspect? Why are we beating each other up when the charges are going to be the same regardless? Like, stop beating each other up and let's like bond together and stop this, gaslighting. Let's stop this arguing and everything else, because what you believe is what you believe, but it's still not going to change what the legal team is looking for. It's not going to change it regardless of what day, what time, all of that. They're still going to gun for the same charges. So let's just like, that part, we can just kind of like stop fighting each other on it. It's not worth it. It's not worth, the insult.
Right, and I also think, I mean, entrapment could be in there, and that could be that Nazeer's attorney could could sue them for that, or file charges on them for that, because they got him into a situation where it could have been a situation like they could have been like, what, don't come, but they almost they needed him to come, and then they forged his name. So there's so many levels to it, and obviously the main victim is Shanquella, and she 100% needs her justice, and these people need to go to jail, and end of story. So I think Shell, you're absolutely correct. That is, we are all in agreement on that, and I think we should all stick to that. you know, that feeling of we need justice for Shanquella. Period. End of story. So
Right, that's it. And let them fight it out in court on which charges are going to stick and which charges are not. That's like later down the line, and we got so much further to go because at the end of the day, right now, it could change tomorrow. It could change on Monday, or probably not tomorrow because tomorrow's Sunday. But what I'm saying is things could change. But right now, as things stand right now, right, is that like all of this, bickering back and forth about what day and what time and beating each other up about it, it's going to be the same thing regardless. So, why beat up somebody? Like for me, like I'm a person that processes based on the facts, sometimes, and it's the facts as I see them. And I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying that anybody is right. And I also can't say someone is wrong. But I don't want to beat somebody else up because of their opinion. I don't want somebody to beat me up because of mine. The only thing that I do have a problem with is that when you start making stuff up. Now that's crossing the line to me on either end of the scope. But if you're speaking on the facts alone, you know, no one should be beat up on that. They shouldn't, because they're just telling you as per what they see it. And then especially like a person like Dani, okay, she has the receipts. She's not saying it because this is just, and Dani, you're one of the few, but you're not the only one, but you're one of the few that whatever you say, it's not based on, oh, I think this. No, you're giving the receipt. So and you don't have to validate yourself, but you do validate yourself. You follow what I'm saying? So why are you getting beaten up for? Okay, this is what I have, and this is what how I perceive it. And a lot of the things is kind of, I should say kind of, a lot of the things is like, okay, she got this receipt, and it's pretty much concrete now. That's done right there. Okay, that checked that one off. I checked this one off. Most of us do look for receipts. So why are you getting beat up based on your receipts? I that really it
yeah,
bothers me. It
that
bothers me.
that bothered me too, Shell and Dani. You know, like I see how hard you and there's a few other content creators work so hard and effortlessly to get this stuff out. And what bothered me is that you had to pause your workflow to address these people. And it bothered me because it was like, wow, this is such, and not that it was a waste of time to hear it, like I still listened to it, but I kept thinking like, this is not fair to the people that are doing the actual work. You know what I mean? And it was really uncomfortable, like especially with the um heat wave. Like I saw how that just went so left, and it was just so like, did we not learn, or did this person not learn anything from from the situation of having like bad, like just talking bad about people, like just being positive and honest and loving. I felt so, it felt so wrong, especially with this case, because we saw what happened to Shanquella with these fake people, these fake friends, and it was really not cool. And yeah, Shell, I agree with you that it rubbed me the wrong way too, and it's just not cool. So
Right, because how in one breath can you say you itemize each person, right, in that particular situation, and then characterize them as what they are, right, and then you perform acts in
mhm.
correlation with that type of behavior. you
Right.
know so how are you, like, in one hand saying, oh, this, you calling them, whatever, fake friends, or some of them didn't even know her, like Malik. I don't even think he knew her that well. So let's just take Malik alone, and who somebody really didn't know her anyway, right? And then all these things that he did, his attributions to the whole thing, and then here you are, you don't really know these content creators specifically, right? But then you're doing the same thing, like you're promoting hate, right? And then in the next breath you're saying that Shanquella didn't she wasn't do hate. But then you're promoting hate about against somebody you don't know as well. So what better of a person are you? What better of
Right,
a person are you to
right.
and we can say, well, yeah, Danny, she responded, but Danny took a while to respond because I don't know. I listen to almost every channel here, and some of them are so egregious that and somebody may call me and say, did you check this out? And that might go, but besides that, I don't subscribe or anything like that. But if it's so egregious, I'm like, let me hear this for myself, and I will listen to it. But besides that, I don't on a regular basis. But again, here's a person that you don't know, just like how Malik didn't really know them that well. And then we'll just use him alone, like I said. And then he's promoting and contributing to hate. But then you're doing the exact same thing, but at the same time, you're saying that Malik was wrong, but you're just like Malik.
Yeah, and not
And
only
then
that, but I
yeah.
do. Sorry, I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt you.
go ahead. You take the floor. I'm sorry.
But not only that, but it's almost like it's sensation. It's like sensational news. Like I don't subscribe to sensational news. I try to listen to like the underground news, NPR, or something that's just a little bit more like not pop culture driven, because and I think she took a formula out of Donald Trump's book of just spitting out the most horrendous things, and people fall for it, and it's ugly. Like
Right.
people will follow where the drama is, and
Right.
she knows her formula, and if that's her market, if that's her branding and her marketing, so be it. But
Hmm.
don't do it with another story. Do it with a story where there's not real people involved. Make
Okay.
up stories. Make up story. Go make up a story and do all this stuff and I'm talking about this person, not you, but this person that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And Shanquella Robinson's life is real. Her mother is
Exactly.
in pain. Her father is in pain. These people are in pain. Sister in pain. We're all affected by it because of the way that it touched us, was because this could have all been us, right?
Right.
We've all had a situation where we've had jealous friends, or a situation where we had a stalker, or an abusive partner, and all these things could have ended if we didn't, and I think that these people didn't understand the Cabo Six. I don't think they understood that she would have gotten so much YouTube support. Like I
Hmm.
don't think they counted on that, because they thought
Right.
this story would have just, like, I mean, it would have just went under the rug. But to go back to this heat wave lady, I really am uncomfortable with her attacking other content creators and lying so much that it's hurting the story, and it's hurting people, and she should stop, honestly. And
Right.
if she's listening, she should really take a page of her own book. She listens to that preacher, and she seems like she's a religious person, and she's always talking about God and God's love. She should really follow that.
Right. And then you know how disheartening it was to hear Sue Ann say out of her own mouth that they had to convince some of the people on a political perspective that this is a real story, because because they see it, but they don't even think it's a real story because they've heard of it, but they're thinking it's like some YouTube thing, like it's not really real, and they needed to be sure that it's real because of so many false narratives that are out here, and it's like it's a game. It's not a game. This is
No,
somebody's life, and for
like
her to say,
she even got
right,
flagged for
right,
calling the airlines like that. Now, if a lawyer, if Shuan calls, or someone that's actually doing the work, no,
right.
not that I don't think it would affect it, but
I do, because they're going to get blocked now. Because believe me, trust what I tell you, that whoever she impersonated, whether it was him, his mom, whatever, somebody's going back to work the next day to say, you gave out my name on national. It is national. It may not be national news, but it's still, YouTube is it's not, it's actually international, because you can catch this online in America, or you can catch it online in any other country. And now you basically have shown people how to defraud things. You've shown how easy it is to commit fraud. And do you think that the next person, whether it's this case or somebody, doesn't now know how easy it is to defraud? And do you think you don't know what else they could do with the information that you just provided? So yes, you're not making a hindrance just for, the people that are investigating this case. You're making a hindrance for everybody else, because now guess what? They're going to start tightening stuff up. Like, I could call the airline and say, hi, this is my name. This is my, all right, can I get my information? No, ma'am, you got to give me. How many people get frustrated with like that? Like, oh, give me your driver's license number. Now we're going to have to put more identifiable information that most of us don't want to give anyway, because when you do it
She told
right.
the lady that she had a sex change.
Right, and this is what I'm saying, and she's letting people know how easy it is to defraud the airline, not just American, but anywhere else. And now, guess what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to start giving more identifiable information that we don't necessarily want on file, and then we don't want to necessarily have to go to when we're just trying to get our flight information. Watch what I tell you. Within between now and the next 6 months, it's going to be hard for us to even call to get our information, because now this is gone public. And trust me, with these 2,000 people here, these 5,000 people there, all these people listening, and trust me, there's people that's listening and say, hey, this ain't right. And guess how they're gonna turn around and change it. And she has made it hard on us normal regular civilians or regular people to even get and get our travel stuff. It's not going to be that easy anymore. Watch in 6 months how we're going to have to start giving up more information just to get our own information, just to travel. Watch what I tell you. And that's sad.
It is sad. It is sad.
Yeah, I'm pretty much gonna not talk about that person anymore on this channel. Her and the others have, to be honest, they are very negative and very toxic, and I just want to get back focused on Shanquella. Now, if I have to address them, I plan on addressing them on another channel, but as of now, I feel like it will be never ending, because those type will never acknowledge or admit that they're wrong. They will never acknowledge that they are incorrect on any information or anything. They will only double down and spread more defamation and more lies. So if I have to address them, I will address them on another channel. They want to create this division, and they want us to lose track and lose focus on Shanquella. So I'm definitely not going to allow them to get any more energy or time on my channel at all, on my main channel, that is. Now, if I need to drag them on a backup channel, then I will. But as far as my main channels, not so much. But yeah,
okay,
sorry, Dani. Yeah, we went off on a tangent there. But I will say this, and this is not about them, but I will say this: we should not have divides in this case. Everyone, and Chella's right. Like when it first came out, everyone was on the same page, and it was a beautiful thing. I'm scared to go into some chats now, only because I feel like, oh my God, if I say this, who am I going to upset? And I don't think it should be like that. But I will say that, I just agree with the fact that we should all just agree on one thing, and that's how and when should we get justice for Shanquella. And that's it.
Agreed. I agree. And that's where I started off with. And again, I want to apologize, Dani. I'm sorry. And I did get off subject, but I apologize for that.
It's okay. I totally understand. Trust me, I understand wanting to address this, because these people are nonstop, and they will continue what they're doing. And to be honest, dealing with narcissists, they will never stop. They will actually get worse and worse, and they will actually get more slanderous and more slanderous, and more lies and more lies. And it basically, because if the first thing they try to do to you doesn't work, they will try to go harder and try to find something else, and then they will just up it. And just like she said before with Nazeer, that she will actually go harder on him because I was making a video on her to debunk something she said, right? That's what she would do. So for her, I will probably just address her on a backup channel and not this channel right here. But I understand like people wanting to speak on it because it is having like an impact on this channel. And that's why I said from now on moving forward, I'm not going to discuss it on this channel. I'm going to keep it just how it was before. And I appreciate everyone on the panel, their support as well. And everyone like my viewer support. And we all want justice. And then speaking on like the topic, I believe that most people can have like healthy discussions and healthy debates, even if they are on different sides, as long as people are respectful of other people's opinion and don't take anything personal. When it gets heated is when it becomes a problem. Like for a long time now on my channel, I have put out my information, my receipts, and my opinions, and then I have had subscribers on opposite ends. Like some will believe that you know, that Shanquella was unalive at the time Nazeer arrived, and others believe that she was just unresponsive. And even though we have this divide, we can disrespectfully give our opinions on it. And as far as Nazeer goes, I believe that he will always be a topic of discussion because there's nothing else to pretty much discuss that's ongoing. He's the only one that has given a statement that people can, to be honest, even though he made that one video that was like 20 something minutes, I think like once you put both parts together, that one video, people can analyze it forever and compare it to different information that comes out. So that, you see what I'm saying? And then now that he actually communicated with some YouTubers, that also put out new information and videos. So then when people are needing a discussion to keep Shanquella's name alive, to be honest, Daejhanae, what information do we have to report on her? What information do we have for Elise or Winter or anybody else? So I don't think there's going to be a way to stop Nazeer from being a topic at all. I mean, we might wish it to be so, but I don't think that will actually happen unless someone else comes out with information or something else happens. Even when the 18 page came out, Nazeer was still compared, his statements were still compared to the statements in that 18 page report. You know what I mean? So like even basically I don't think there could be some peace regarding Nazeer because he's always going to be a topic and there's nothing else to discuss. Until there's more things to discuss, people are going to discuss him.
So Dani, I was just wondering if you know, or if you could put some insight into it, like where is the case at right now? Where, like what stage are we in?
I don't know, to be honest, but I think that just based on, I haven't reached out to Shelly Lynch in a while, but every time I do, it's pretty much saying that the FBI and Department of Justice is working together to investigate this, and that the last message she said was that they are doing their own separate investigation from Mexico. So to be honest, it's not like, oh, the United States and Mexico. They have actually admitted that they're doing their own investigation that's separate from Mexico. And she was actually kind of smart with it. She said, as I've stated several times, we're doing our own investigation away from Mexico. It's like separate from Mexico. So that's from Shirley Lynch from the FBI field office in Charlotte, North Carolina, right? I do believe that this is more complicated than most people will think because of how the investigation was handled from the beginning from Mexico. And that's why I think that the U.S. is doing their own investigation, and they probably pretty much started from like the bottom up. I don't believe that it was actually investigated properly from the beginning, and that the Mexico collected evidence at the crime scene properly. And just remember, at the beginning, there was not even like an investigation into this. They said it was like no foul play and there was nothing. And then only when that death certificate came out and it said Atlas luxation and that it was something, it wasn't alcohol poisoning, is when that jumped the investigation, right? So if that's what started investigation, then they pretty much, it was going to be like nothing actually was going to be done until that came out. And also that video, right? The video and then the death certificate is what actually helped the investigation to move forward. So that means that the crime scene wasn't properly investigated, and that's the first day that things should have been done to jump off this case. You know what I mean? So I think it's way more complicated in this case, and because they lied about her drinking too much and falling in the bathroom. So now they have to make sure that they have 100% evidence that that's not the case, right? They have to actually prove it 100% that that's not the case of what happened. And then they also have Nazeer and the maid that also came in contact with Shanquella's body. So they have to make 100% certain that Nazeer and the maid and even the doctor had nothing to do with her death, right? So all these things have to be taken into consideration. And it's obvious from the outside, we already know it's Daejhanae brutally attacking Shanquella, but we also didn't see any other videos yet that we know of that could exist, right? It could be more videos, we don't know. But I doubt it is something else. And the reason I doubt it is because Mexico has not came out and said that there was additional videos that they know of and then named more attackers of Shanquella, right? So I don't know, but I just don't think that it's an open and shut case because we can say that Daejhanae brutally attacked Shanquella, which we all see in the video, but we can't say 100% without a doubt just by looking at the video that Shanquella passed away immediately with that video. So with that, the FBI has to take all other evidence, like the autopsy and everything else they can think of, to add to that video as evidence of Daejhanae killing Shanquella, unaliving Shanquella. You see what I mean? They need way more evidence than just that video.
I get that. I get that. I think that they also like, and I also think that what we're seeing may not be what they're seeing. And they have to, and I read that in the very beginning that they have to authenticate that video, and what and I believe that I don't even say I believe it. I know positively that I could look at that video and sometimes it's going faster and harder, it's all in all different speeds. So I think that like what we see may not necessarily be what they see, because people are like doing these different enhancements or clipping of that video. Because now, say for instance, I even have one that I saved from when it very first came out, and I look at it today and it's not even the same. It's not even the same anymore. Like it had in the very beginning where there was like a exchange of a okay and a okay. I don't have it in that same exact video. It's not even there anymore. And I can't find anywhere where I can find where that okay and okay, had happened. Where one said okay and then the other said okay. I can't even find that in anything online. So,
Exactly. And that video right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Because when
right,
it says okay and okay, it seems like it's like Shanquella is agreeing to contact,
right.
right?
They were
So
squaring off. And she actually kind of like lunged at a little bit in that video. But now you don't even see that at all. She did lunge, and that one I remember that, and I remember that I guess it was supposed to be the fake page of Daejhanae, but that was her when that I can't find that anymore. But her first defense is that she jumped at me first, and it was a little. It wasn't like she was really like trying to jump at her, but she kind of like she didn't buck at her, but it was kind of like a little small movement in her that I think that she was trying to maneuver around the facts a little bit. But and now guess what? That even that same video where I did see that, right? But I still have that video saved from way back when it first started. And when I go to play it, it's not even there anymore. It's the same video, but that part of it's clipped out.
the thing is that I do know that some of those videos, even for like YouTube, a lot of times they removing those videos because they don't if it says violence, whatever, even on different social media. But even still, it's kind of like someone can agree, like say okay, but it's kind of like with something like where someone can consent to something at first, but then later on they can unconsent to it, like, and then at that point it becomes something else. When they said Shanquella, you're not gonna hit back or whatever else, or fight back or hit back, she said no. So that at that point, then that actually voids the first one, the first okay.
Correct. I
Like
believe that.
anything else, like with SA. someone can at any time you say stop, someone has to stop or whatever. So once you said no, then that voided anything before then. Then yeah.
Right. So I was just saying that to say that that I know they're gonna have to they're gonna authenticate what all of we see. Like it may not be a situation where what we see is what they see. So they gotta go through they're gonna have to go through a far more intense thing than what we see on a naked eye. That's what I'm basically trying to say.
And that's exactly true. I mean, we can all, like, even like for something simple, like somebody can go to the store right now and steal a pack of Starbursts, right? I mean, we can all see them steal the Starbursts, but even the police will still have to go there, take everyone's statement, look at the video footage. They have to do all of that. And when everyone saw the person was still Starbursts and it's still in the person's pockets when the police get there, but it's still investigation still has to incur on it, right? So even though we have this and we say, oh, this video, they have to actually go from the bottom up and get every piece of evidence and piece everything together. And FBI does not want to fumble the ball like Mexico did, right here with a statement from Raven, because they know that when their evidence is taken to court and is used in court, I mean, they don't want to be like, oh my gosh, someone got off with the federal, like the feds. The feds investigated this and somebody got off. Nah. They're gonna make sure their evidence is on point, it's on key, and everything else. They dot their I's and cross their T's, and they make sure that no defense attorney will be able to have somebody walk with this case. And trust me, I see a lot of loopholes as a defense attorney. I would use if I was representing somebody, and there's a lot of loopholes. And trust me, in one statement, I can actually show y'all where one loophole is, and I'm telling you, that is going to be something that's going to be used in court. You know where it is? Hey Marie.
Somebody might need to mute.
Did y'all hear me? I think it was Marie.
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there is one part of the statement that's actually going to be used in the court, and it's actually the first message that was sent from Daejhanae to that concierge. I guarantee you that's going to be used in court. Did you know what I'm talking about?
Definitely. When she said when you talking about when she text messages the concierge about when that she needed that they needed medical help, and that she thinks that her friend had alcohol poison.
Yeah, but she just said alcohol poisoning, and she said a certain kind of help she needed, right? She said emergency help.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very pertinent for the proceedings.
And the reason I say that is because at that point, the concierge, he's listening to alcohol poisoning, right? So alcohol poisoning is something routine. It happens a lot when people are traveling. You send out a travel doctor, a concierge doctor that comes out for the visit, and they treat with the IV. So if someone says alcohol poisoning, you're like, they don't need emergency help. I could just send out a travel doctor for a home visit, right? For that, right? However, a defense attorney can say, well, my client said that she needed emergency help, and then the Cabo Villa sent out a travel doctor and said of emergency help.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so that, right, see, it's a lot. Trust me, it's a lot of things that are going to be spun and put out here. And even though that still would not waive her or avoid her from being responsible of outless luxation and causing that injury. However, that will add an impact to the jury and saying that, well, she tried to get help at least, and then now some of the responsibility we push onto other people for not actually giving the help that she requested. But at the same time, the concierge can, of course, they can argue, well, that's because she also said alcohol poisoning, and then the concierge figured that a travel doctor will actually be able to help with that instead of actually getting emergency care, because she agreed. Once she said send out a doctor, she agreed when she should have pushed and said, no, I need emergency help, not a doctor. But I'm just saying there's a lot of things that's going to be argued in court to try to lessen Daejhanae's sentence on this. This is my point. And the the FBI and DOJ, they have to make this a strong case so that Daejhanae won't walk and be able to lessen her sentence or lessen things in her way. And that's not the only thing I've seen. It's a lot of things on here that defense attorney or someone trying to get people off. It's a lot of things in this whole case, starting with day one of the investigation. So when the FBI is taking their time, it's because they're taking their time to, there's a lot of loopholes and they have to fill all these holes up. If they don't fill all these holes up, then the defense will actually use it to get their clients off. And that's what we don't want. We want justice for Shanquella. We don't want people to walk. So if they have to take their time and piece this together, then so be it. I'd rather them take their time and fill all these loopholes up and then to rush and then let somebody off. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. And I don't want that to happen here.
Right. There was a major, and I'm sure everybody probably has in their own city can remember. I had one that was more recent. It was a major trial that the state's attorney, they went for the wrong charges. So when when the jury deliberated, they had to deliberate on those charges. And because the case didn't meet that specific criteria, the person got off. It was a big outrage. You follow what I'm saying? But then when you heard the, people talk about it after the fact, I mean, I was upset myself. But when the jury decided, after the fact, when people came out and spoke about it, and they said they had to go with not guilty because they weren't guilty of that charge. So they had to follow the law. That's what they asked them to do, and that's what they did. So they must charge them correctly, and that's why I don't mind them taking their time. I do want justice for Shanquella, right? But I want to make sure whatever charges they do stick. So let them investigate and give them the proper charges with the proper evidence so that nobody gets off for what they've done.
Well, my question is what could they be investigating? It's been so much time that passed, like defensive wounds are wounds that have, because clearly DJ was using her hands, those pictures of wounds on her hand to show, the battery, those have obviously vanished. Stories could be, made up right now. There's been just so much time. It's been like 5 months. So I guess my concern, it's more of a concern, like what could they be investigating right now to prove that video is real,
Well, think about this too. There's so many degrees of I can't say the M word here, right? I know some but there's so many degrees of murder, right? And then there's so many. There's manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. There's a lot of different things that they got for unaliving, but they would have to investigate in order to make sure they have the charge that fits that person exactly so that they can win. Think about the feds never lose. So yes, I'm sure they know that there's it's unaliving thing, right? But they need that charge that's going to stick. And it's a lot of them that could apply. So they got to make sure they got the one that applies, and they got all the facts to support that. So it could take some time because it is an international crime. It didn't happen here. And then some of the things that they need, it's not at their fingertips. They got to, they're relying on Mexico, or they also have to get their informants that are over in that country to give the feed, to get the information that they need. I'm sorry if y'all hear some background noise. My window is open, but I personally don't think that it should take 5 months to do that. But I'm not a federal agent either. You follow what I'm saying? But I would feel more comfortable with them getting so airtight information that you can't even that no one has the space to wiggle, than for them to have something not so airtight that it's up for debate. I digress on that. Oh shoot, she must have dropped down. But that was my feed on that one. I digress on that.
Yeah, I really just think that they LPI is slow, and to be honest, I believe that any government agency, no matter what it is always slow. I never see them speedy Gonzalez or speed up anything. But just their wording in the message they put out before, that the FBI and Department of Justice working together to conduct a thorough and exhaustive investigation, mean exactly what it states, a thorough and exhaustive. So they're trying to make sure that they dot all their I's and cross all their T's on this whole thing. So that's what I definitely believe they are doing. And that will take a long time because right now, like I said before, the victim's justice starts on the first day of the incident. The first day, the crime scene has to be properly evaluated and analyzed and processed accordingly to make sure it's not contaminated and nothing is missing, right? And if that's not done, then that actually can mess up a case just from that day one of a case. And if they went out there and did not do a thorough job, and then it was actually cleaned up by the maid before they even arrived at the crime scene, like contaminated or wiped down, that can also affect it as well. We don't know what all happened, even if the Cabo actually covered things up. But if they went to the lengths of lying about what happened, then most likely I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to clean up the crime scene as well and clean things up. Even tried to maybe even clean off Shanquella, never know. They probably even pretend like wash her down in the shower to show like to clean her body off. We don't know what they all did.
Agreed, because that's what what I say. You know how you say you had the select questions whether Nazeer will answer, he won't answer, but what I would like to know, and obviously they dressed her, right? Because when we saw her, she didn't have any clothes on. I should say obviously, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying we presumed that she was dressed. She was dressed. But what I want to know is if they put clothes on her, like when he came there, was she in that black tank top and pink? He probably wouldn't answer that one because the reason being is that if she had, the reason why I asked that is that if she had a tonic-clonic seizure, when you read that, it's pretty much that the person's bowels break. You follow what I'm saying? And I'm just thinking like, once the bowels broke, at 4:20 or whatever that time that they're given, right? So did they send her to the morgue in that, or did they then dress her again?
I think that when Nazeer got there, that and she was already put in the game room with the same clothes that she has on in that picture, right? And then from there, he moved her to the living room, where
Right.
yeah, so with the same clothes.
But remember, the clonic seizure happened while the doctor was there. So then my question is that once you had the tonic clonic seizure, which the tonic clonic seizure, I'm saying clonic, but colonic, I'm sorry for my accent, but that tonic clonic seizure then would mean that her bowels broke. So then if she had a tonic clonic seizure, then did they finish everything and then send her to the morgue in soiled clothes, or did they change her out of those soiled clothes? That's the part that's another thing about the picture that it's not coming together with me, if you understand what I'm saying. And if you could give me an insight, cool, but that's the part that I don't get, Dani.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the clothes that she have on, they're not gonna try to change her once she is deceased. They'll send her to the coroner, and then from there, they will do their autopsy, and then I already talked to the lady from the funeral home, and she's the one that bought Shanquella some new clothes, pink pajama set, and then sent her home in that to the States in a pink pajama set.
Right. So then we're saying that in that case, then we're saying after she had the colonic seizure, that although her bowels broke all over her body, like all over her clothes, that they didn't take those. They continue to work on her with all of that all over her, and then sent her to the morgue and that.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I mean, I've never seen anyone change anyone's clothes, right? If someone passes away, they send them to the coroner. I don't really see them changing their clothes.
Okay. I'm sorry, my dog is walking. Okay.
Well, I mean,
And that's the part I
if
struggle with.
anyone has experience with someone passing away, most people, if they whatever clothes they have on at that time, they usually take them to the coroner, right? And then because I mean, when someone passes away, you have to process the clothes, and remember the autopsy has what clothes she had on. So look at the autopsy, and it will tell you what clothes she had on when she came.
Right, but they also in the autopsy described the state that she came in, and it didn't say anything about feces being on her either.
Well, I don't know, but if it's the same clothes, then it's the same clothes. I mean, I don't know, and we also don't know like 100% about the autopsy. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
not.
the death certificate said something about 15 minutes, but when I looked at the autopsy, I didn't see anything about 15 minutes. So
Right, right, right. And with all due respect, what I'm saying is those are kind of things that still raise. I'm still not. I still haven't found closure on, and I guess until they go to court, I won't know. But those are some things, honestly, that I'm like,
Hi,
those are
can
things
I
that don't
say
have to.
something?
Sure. As soon as I finish this one part, I just want to say
No,
that
no,
that's
no,
just the
no.
part
I'm a,
that's just
I,
the part. That's the part that I haven't got closure with yet, and I'm just trying to, just trying to figure that part out. But I yield to Marie.
no, no, no. I don't want to say anything because, Shell, I told you I wanted you to do an email with me, but I already talked to Danny, so I just want to say thank you. And I just want to say hey to you. So I'm gonna come back down to the chat. To the chat.
Okay. All right, Marie.
That's all I want to say. So I'm sorry for interrupting you, my girl.
No, 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 no. I just want to finish that one last thing and just letting
Mm,
Danny know that that's where I was standing. I didn't want to say anything else. So if you got something
mm.
else, go ahead.
No, no,
But I just
no.
wanted to finish my sentence to Danny. That was it.
No, no, no. I don't want to say anything. I just want to come down off of the chat. I just want to say hi to you and come down off the chat.
Hi, Marie.
Again, I'm sorry, Shell. You're my favorite. I'm sorry.
No
Okay.
apology. Yep. All right, Marie. It's no apologies needed. It wasn't nothing. But
Okay.
yeah, I just wanted to just let Danny know that I was respectively. I understand. I just want to respectively let you know where I was. Like that's the part that confuses me so much, and then I'm waiting to hear more at the time of deliberation when it's time for everything to come out. Like, how did all of that go out? Because that does raise the eyebrow in me. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. I think that if when someone passes away in something and to actually change their clothes for the doctor or anybody to change their clothes would be irresponsible of them because that's part of evidence now. Whatever on the live then or I die in needs to be counted in or taken into my report, right? For my autopsy. So no one should change me or remove my clothes or remove anything from my body once I'm deceased. It needs to be accounted for.
Yeah, I get that. I get that totally. I do. I do. But I just was wondering how that thing worked. Like I've never been in that situation, never seen anybody in that situation. And then I was just like trying to and then try to do a visual in my mind on that. It just didn't, and I felt like that when she had the seizure, according to them, that she had not passed yet. Like that was when Winter actually called 911 at that time to say, my and I don't even believe that what they put in that report because I'm thinking that somebody like Winter's calling saying, "Oh, my friend is having a tonic colonic seizure." That seemed like that. It doesn't seem like an emergency situation. What someone would say. It seems like that's something that would really come from a doctor versus like someone that's just on the scene. Um, and so with that being said, according to the 911 report that another journalist had, posted, then it was that, and then it was further things after that. So in between that and the time that the next set of people got there, what did you do after she had this tonic colonic seizure? What did you do? Because according to that report, she had not passed by then. That's not what the report said. So, and I understand, like I said, I respectively understand what you're saying, and but that was just one point of confusion for me in that part, that area.
What happened to the other person that was on the panel? Talking about the FBI. What happened to them?
I don't know. I don't know. It's like she just kind of like dropped down. I don't know if her power went out. You talking about the one that had like that orange?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. She's been gone probably for the last 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, I noticed that. And I was like, what happened? I actually enjoyed her company on here.
Me too. Me too. Yeah. Yeah. But she's gone now. So.
But yeah, I think that whatever someone is on a live then, even for natural or not, that the coroner has to actually be able to like that their clothing now is part of evidence, even if someone like defecates in those clothing, that it becomes part of evidence now, so they have to actually examine that. I mean, removing those clothing is actually removing evidence, and I doubt that that will actually happen. But I see your point as well.
Understood. Yeah. And that's the thing too. I would assume that, and with you saying that, that was the other thing that was in my mind too. So I guess at this point, those clothes would be more than likely still in possession of the the Mexican authorities, because regardless, so her clothes have to be evidence, because you know why? Because on her clothes, if they were fighting at any point, well, I'm assuming within two, if they dress it, those weren't the clothes, But anyway, if at any point she had been, they can't disregard that she wasn't. But at any point, she really did have those clothes on, and there was anything after that, then the person's DNA would be on there, right?
And also, here's the thing: someone actually mentioned, I can't remember who, they said that it could have been something else, not a seizure. It could have been something else that happens to your body, like right before you pass away. I can't remember what someone said.
Yeah, I heard that besides a seizure, I heard that before, that some people before they transition. Oh, here she go. Before they transition, that sometimes they do have a release of their intestinal system, seizure or not. I heard that before this case came out. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm going to yield to I forget her name, but I'm going to yield to her because she got back up on, and I think I've shared my main thoughts.
Yeah, sorry, y'all. My phone did something weird. My name is Shreen, by the way.
Okay. Oh,
Oh
okay.
my
That's
goodness, Shreen, how are you? I didn't know that was you.
a different avatar. I didn't notice the avatar.
We have been corresponding in so many chats with each other, so I didn't even know that was you. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Oh, it's good to be able to actually talk to you, because I've seen you for
Likewise,
so
you
months.
guys
But sorry, please
rock
shut
my
up.
world. I love hearing the commentary. It's very educated and you know, not crazy to say the least. But yeah, I was yeah, as far as the autopsy, is it true that um the doctor or nurse cannot, or is it the nurse can't call the time of death, correct?
I thought that she could pronounce her dead, but the actual clinically time of the actual time of death would have to go by the person who's on the autopsy. Like I thought, and Danny, you can correct me because you may know better than me, but I thought that the doctor at the time, she's the one who calls it at that time, but the actual determination of when she died comes from the autopsy.
So could that time of death be so I'm sorry for using the word, could that time of unaliving be um debatable right now? Is it because it was 420, correct? Or 419?
The autopsy said 3:15, but the autopsy is a scientifical, but then the doctor is the clinical, if that makes sense.
Well, the autopsy did say, I think, 17 to 20 hours before the autopsy. So that
Right.
would actually be between 1:30 and 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time, Cabo.
Right. Yeah. That's what I get too.
Did that answer your question, or
Yeah,
you
no,
want?
it's my question. I was just trying to understand like how accurate the because right now it's just the matching of the the testimony, the one testimony we have, and the autopsy report. And I feel like something it just doesn't, I don't know, the time frame doesn't seem matchable.
Well, what I can say is that the doctor that did the autopsy has been a surgeon since 1980. So he definitely should know his stuff by now. I mean, because it's like 2023 now. That's like 40 something years of experience, right? At least 43 years of experience. As working as a surgeon. So he like there is different science, and I'm actually gonna have a medical examiner as soon as my translator is feeling better. I'm gonna have a medical examiner back to go over the autopsy, and I think that will actually answer a lot of people's questions. But he speaks Spanish, and the reason I chose him is because he knows about. He's a medical examiner. He has a lot of experience. He also used to work as a medical examiner in Mexico, so he will know how that whole thing works in Mexico as being a medical examiner. He also used to work with the like police there as well. So he's like that's why he's now like a investigator now. So he actually has a lot of credentials. I actually can verify that he does like show proof of his credentials as well. So it's not just somebody anybody. So once I have him on, he'll be able to explain the autopsy better. But what I do notice is that some of the injuries on her body that they showed in the autopsy that it was on her body or it happened to her body, she was injured or inflicted like 12 hours before she was deceased. So she was deceased between 1:30 and 4:30. That means that it most likely this whole thing started with her and Daejhanae early, like early. To me, I don't know. It happened really. It started early on, like with the hitting, like for her to get some of these injuries based on the autopsy report. But again, like even when it goes to court, they will argue about the validity of the autopsy as well. But since it was performed like right after, here's my thing: since the autopsy was performed right after her death, right, and they saw the results of the autopsy, why didn't they immediately open the investigation based off that? Why wasn't it open until later on? Yeah,
Yes.
that's one thing though as well.
I believe that's questionable, Daddy, because my thing is that if mom was, raising questions, they knew by the 30th because that report came out on Monday morning, right? Like 11 o'clock. He found that it was due to a violent attack. So why did mom have to go through all of these channels for them to finally start investigating it as a crime? That's suspect to me because they got the report back, and I have no doubt in my mind that once it was finished, that doctor did not, you know. And I'm not even saying you don't even have to these days. Who sends anything to mail it through the mail anymore? I just got I got a inkling that it was sent electronically. So even if it was a holiday and they weren't in there on Monday, by Tuesday morning, by the least, they had that electronic report that it was a violent crime. Why didn't they start independently? Why did they wait for the mom to start raising questions for them to even acknowledge? And then on that, I can't even say that because it wasn't until it went viral that they even started. So you knew since the doctor knew on the 30th. I'm gonna give you one day, right? But I don't even believe that it even took that. But we'll just for the sake of argument, we're gonna give you that one day. But by Tuesday, you should have been on it.
Right. That is a really good point. I didn't even think of that, but also, so it's the timeline. If the fight happens in the wee hours of the morning, say seven. Let's see. Let's just give it 7:30. Um, and so the Atlas luxation theory is still on the table, and is the 15 minutes after Atlas luxation, is that off the table? Is that completely null and void at this point?
Oh no, that's definitely not. Because Atlas luxation is her cause of death, and he's a 43 in 10-year.
Right. So it's
So he
7:30.
definitely knows Atlas luxation and the cause of death.
Right. So yeah, that is, so her time of death should have been way earlier then.
That's a misconception there. I think that I actually probably need to pull up a video on Atlas luxation. I think that people have Atlas luxation um under some circumstances it's immediate, like somebody would die real super fast, but there are people that actually exhibit different symptoms of it, and it's not one size fits all, and it's every scenario is the same. There are some people that actually survive Atlas luxation and some people don't. So, and there are some people that actually die immediately, and some people actually, it's like prolonged, it lasts longer. There are some people that cannot speak, and there are some people that can speak, and there are some people that can walk even without luxation. Their head is upright. So people expect like it's internal decapitation. Someone's head is like chopped off of their body internally and is like hanging to the side, and there's no way. That's not the case. Your muscles in your neck and your skin still hold your neck in place. There's only like Atlas luxation is it's like a part, it's like an internal I know C1 or C2 inside of your neck, and then that part is kind of like decapitated a little bit or loose or certain to a certain point, a certain extent, and that actually cuts off the connection to your rest of your body, like as far as like communications or certain things going on there. However, it does not like sever your head. You know what I mean? So that's why they say your neck needs to be stabilized. It's not always immediate. Now, if she has something that was automatically that everybody immediately dies from when they have it, then that would be one thing. But if it's something that people actually can survive, and then there's different symptoms that people experience. It's kind of like COVID. Some people get it and it's like, oh my gosh, like it's deadly. And then there's some people that get it and it's like they have no symptoms at all. And it's like, what in the world? Like, do you even have it? Not symptomatic, whatever. And then there are some people that get it and then it's kind of like mild. It varies. So with any diagnosis, it's not always going to be one size fits all. And your head is not hanging from your body. While y'all are talking, I can actually pull up a picture of kind of give. I don't know. Trust me, I'm not a medical examiner, but I looked at stuff briefly to see for myself as well.
That'll be good. That'll be good, Dani. I think just to look at it again. I did see it when you first posted it. But that's still, but still, at the end of the day, though, they knew before. They knew, and even when Mom was calling, they knew that it was a violent crime because a medical examiner had finished it by 11 o'clock on the 30th, right? So my thing is that what's the problem? You already know that that's what it was because she's calling. And my thing is that if you calling the try to get more information, mom, dad, or whoever it was, you're calling. And even when it's like God bless Mr. Robinson, and Elizabeth, who he entrusted, right? And then Elizabeth told him, but when Elizabeth told him, it wasn't even on the 30th that she told him. So my thing is that you got the body after the autopsy was done, and then you're calling him whatever many days later to say it. But you, at the end of the day, the body was already there, so you already knew. I'm sure it came with a report. So what took you so long to tell him this? Even if you yourself personally in your position, you're not authorized to give that type of information. Somebody's calling you to find out about that child, right? And then, he entrusted you and he felt very, he respected her very well about how she treated him. But at the end of the day, that funeral home received that body with paperwork. So you knew when you received that body what was really going on. And then they released it to them days later. That's just so suspect to me.
Oh, and to answer your question before, Shell, someone posted in the chat that they found a link to the video with the okay at the beginning. It's different places online, so it's still available in some places. But again, a lot of social media sites are cleaning up the video because it is considered violence, and a lot of platforms don't allow violence on the website. But
Okay.
yeah, somebody did find it, and it says. But again, I cannot play it on my channel because unless you're giving like thorough, you have to give thorough commentary on it. and throughout it to make it like a news piece. If you don't, then your channel could be scrubbed for that video, to be honest. So that's why I can't play the video. But someone has the link, and then I can send it to you on IG.
Okay, thanks, Dani, and thanks for the person in the chat. I will check that out because the one that I have no longer has it, but it's still so like, why did they clip that?
To be honest, on what social media site are you referring to? They clipped it.
I can say I know positively because I saved it on purpose way back in the day when all this happened, and now when I go back to it, the okay part is gone now.
Because most platforms you can't really edit a video once you have it up. Besides YouTube, you can edit a video, but on Twitter you can't edit a video that's already uploaded. And I don't know about Facebook, but I know on YouTube you can do it. That's only what I know.
Right, I got to it off of Facebook, to be quite honest. So,
well, I don't know if I don't know about Facebook though. To be honest, I haven't uploaded a video on Facebook. Well, I have uploaded on Facebook, but I never really checked about editing it. But I don't know if you can or not. Are there certain people that can do it, like a creator or not? So I do have a video. I haven't watched this before, but kind of it says it's going to describe, I guess, atlas luxation or internal decapitation. So let me go ahead and put this up for a second. Hold on. Hey, La Jessica.
An injury called internal decapitation. Stephanie Golden talked to her today. Stephanie joins us now. Stephanie, first, let's get this out of the way. What is this kind of injury?
Well, Adam, this rare injury happens when the ligaments that attach a person's skull to their spine are severed. Burnett says she is lucky to be alive.
Her head wasn't really where it should be in relation to her spine and was completely dislocated from where it should be sitting on her neck.
It's called internal decapitation. Ellen Burnett suffered the injury last year on vacation in New Jersey. It happened while she was body surfing with her grandkids. A wave threw her head first into the ocean floor.
I heard the crunch and the crunch, crunch, and I came up and my neck was really sore. I was in pain and I knew that I better not move.
She was taken to the hospital. Doctors told her she would recover in about 12 weeks.
They told me I was fine, wear this collar that they had fitted me for, and they sent me home.
But everything was not fine. Little did she know the neck collar was keeping her alive.
So if that collar had been removed, eventually my head would have done something that would have severed my spinal cord or at least injured it.
Dr. Anthony Petralia, a neurosurgeon at Rochester Regional Health, had to use metal plates to reattach her head to her neck.
Typically, this is typically seen in situations where people can have a sudden death at the time of the injury.
Burnett lost the ability to turn her neck from side to side, but she is back to doing what she loves best.
I was pretty determined to do everything I could do to recover well, play with my granddaughter, and, spend time with family and friends doing what I love to do. And I'm lucky that I'm able to do that.
It took Burnett about a year to recover, and with some minor adjustments, the avid golfer is back in the swing of things. From the newsroom, Stephanie Golden, News 8. Adam?
Oof, incredible, Stephanie. Thank you. According to the medical experts, only 30% of people who suffer from this kind of injury actually survive.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
She didn't actually have the surgery right away. So she had the brace, but she actually went a while without having the actual surgery. And then she went back because she said she still wasn't feeling that right with the brace around her neck. And then when she went back, that's when she finally she did have surgery, right? Yeah. So she actually survived longer, and she had that condition.
So, so do you think that the fight immediately after that last blow that we saw when she hit the ground, do you think that was the atlas luxation, or do you think that there was there was more injuries after the camera stopped.
I think that was more to it than that, but I think that was more after that. However, I do believe to be honest, I do believe that that last move that she did, she like kind of KO'd her or whatever. She picked her up by her neck. You can actually see her pick her up by her neck, and she threw her by her neck. No one can imagine like you being thrown by your neck, and then once she did that, Shanquella's like back was like slumped over, like her back looks distorted in that last shot. And then it looks like she makes some kind of involuntary movement. The hands that move up, it's not like it's not like a normal movement, like someone moving their hand up. It's kind of like someone falls and their hand goes up, like flies up. Like, come on. I really don't. I think that actually did do it, right? But I believe that I don't believe that Shanquella just passed away. I believe that she actually tried to hang on as long as possible, to be honest. And she held on for as long as possible. And I believe that they knew she needed help, and I believe they just watched her suffer and they didn't get her help. And they probably put her in that bathroom to pretend like she fell and everything else, because I think that they observed her condition and they knew that she was like couldn't be. They knew that she wasn't able to talk, and they knew that she was something, so they wanted to say something. Because look, you can't lie on somebody about what happened unless you think that person won't be able to defend themselves. I mean, come on, like if they thought that she wouldn't be able to talk or defend herself or come from this, and that's why you would lie, right? I mean, think about it. So what do y'all think? I think that she survived longer. She's one of the people that survived longer with this condition. And she wasn't as like lucky as this lady to be able to still talk with atlas luxation. She couldn't get words out. She was just she wasn't able to talk with hers because hers was severe. But I don't think she survived.
I mean, I even think the sound. I do think that it sounds like they could all hear the sound of it crunching. So they must have heard that too, and they knew something happened. I mean, if the fact that they didn't get her immediate help after that fight just shows what kind of monster these people are, and they're completely guilty, 100%.
But remember, Malik he stopped filming, so he heard something. That's why he stopped. He stopped filming like right after that. Think about it. He knew something at that moment. He stopped filming. It's not a coincidence to me.
Right. I think so too. I think they all heard something because you could see they all looked at each other, because it sounds like from what the lady was saying in the news broadcast. Uh, I think it's a loud sound, and so I think also with the laughing, it just would make more sense that they were laughing because Nazeer was helping someone that they knew was on their way out. Um, they're just some evil people. My God.
I agree with Shreen. That was just evil. Like, but only thing is that um, I believe that I just need to get, and this is just only because of how I process things. As far as the laughter and everybody, I need to get specifics of who was laughing, how did all of this happen, and were everybody gathered together, or were people in respective areas? Like if like take for instance, if was they say a person, Nazeer said it was him, but we'll just put it as him because that's what he said. So if he's over with the doctor giving CPR, was as they going through everything else, was he still at the area of concern? Was he part of the people laughing? When he made the phone call to Mom Robinson, who was there? You know, who when they say friends, was it one, two, three, four? Was it all six that said no, don't take her? Was it one or two? I just need, those are the parts that I'm waiting to hear about. Because I don't believe in, because I'm upset about the situation, which I am. I'm just because I'm upset about the situation, I don't believe in giving people charges that they don't doesn't didn't happen to them. Like, everybody needs to accept their charges as per what they are. But I don't believe that I don't believe in giving people, saying somebody did something and you don't have the facts to say who did what. You
Oh,
know,
right. And I'm not saying I
no, no,
don't know who
no. I'm
left.
not saying
Yeah,
you are. I'm just saying I'm actually concurring with you. I am.
right.
Um,
And in
and I,
order to laugh, someone has to say something funny, and
right,
then the other person has. So at least two people have to be in on a joke for there to be laughter.
right.
What I'm saying is these people, I see a lot of people in the chat. They have good hearts, and
Hmm.
they come with that goodness because and it's a naivete or whatever it is, but uh, these people are monsters, right? So there's no, it doesn't look like they have a backbone. It doesn't look like they have no moral. Their moral compass is all discombobulated. They're not. They don't practice the same rules that normal human beings do. So all bets are off when it comes to any type of, well, maybe there's some ugly people. So I do believe that there was laughing. I believe it's more likely that Nazeer is playing Summer Walker and helping her, and they laughing at him because to them they think that's funny. Like, oh, look what we did to her, and here he comes trying to help her, and that's just how evil. That's like when someone shows you how who they are, believe them. And I'm there right now. Like there's some evil people, and I do think that Nazir's attempts to help with CPR, they found that funny. I could see that. I mean, I don't know for a fact. I wasn't there, so.
Agreed. I agree, and I also am curious to find more out about Elise. Like, they said that there was a skinny girl. I don't know if Elise was the skinny girl, but there was a skinny girl, according to the statement, that had been crying.
Well,
So
if you look,
was she
sorry,
crying?
sorry,
Sorry.
I wanted to get this in real quick. If you look at that video of them by Shanquella's live, you could see Khalil's plate is empty. So I do believe that Shanquella was the last one at that table. I don't believe Elise was the last one.
Oh, okay. I gotta look at that. Thanks, Shreen.
Yeah, his
Um,
plate was empty. It looked like It looked like and again, this is all assumption, and I don't know, but I do feel like she towards the end of that night she was feeling a little like, you know what, maybe this is not for me, and um she was feeling a little uneasy, and she was still trying to you know just have a good time, whatever, just get just get it over with.
mhm.
There's situations where you're in here just like, I got one more hour, you know what I mean? And
But, mhm.
but I do think that I do think the concierge got it wrong. I think that Shanquella was the last person. Or no, that's what he said, right? Or who? What did he
He
say?
said that Shankula was, but the only that was going to pick your brain for a minute. And hopefully, I understood you correctly, because if Shanquilla was the last one to the table, then who was filming the IG live?
What do you mean? She was.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. How could she be the last one if she's filming him chopping up the food and making the food preparations, and then as well as she gets Elise coming to the table.
Yeah,
Um,
that's interesting.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that in my
Sure.
opinion, and I could be wrong, right? And that's why it's good to have stuff like this for people who are really, invested in the story, so we can kind of, like, bounce off of each other. But just to bounce off of you, I saw her. I'm assuming it was her. Somebody could have had her phone, but she filmed. the chef chopping up the food and making the preparations, and then she's filming everything. Everything is coming off of her IG, and at some points or the other, you hear a voice. So I'm thinking that she wasn't the last one there because you see her filming everything.
I think that I have not really looked all into that about who was who. However, I think that the concierge has already. I think that the statements that were taken came out after people had already been on social media viewing certain things, should I say, right? Because remember, they didn't start like the taking like all the like statements and everything until a certain time period from everybody, and that's why I think that the concierge actually added in that Nazeer didn't sign his name. He added that as the last piece is because he actually wanted to correct something that was actually being put out here. A lot
Right.
of these people involved were actually watching. They're actually watching social media. Even Zuniga said he was watching like social media, right? And
Hmm.
so I do believe that some people were watching social media. So that's why some questions were actually answered within that footage. Like, why would he add that? Oh, yeah, Nazeer didn't sign his name. To me, that was his way of correcting that Nazeer didn't sign his name on that list, right?
Hmm.
And never mind, I can't say it. I can't really say certain things because then, yeah, as far as that goes. But yeah, so I believe that some people were watching the videos, and then that's why they corrected some information in the reports.
And then, but Danny, let me ask you this: with that report, since we're on that, right? Why did the concierge say in his report that he had left? If he saw the videos, right? Then why did he say that he left? But he's in the video talking to um Daejhanae as if that they're coordinating things. Like you can see the gestures of that Daejhanae was making was as if he's there in that process coordination stages, and he was there when they by the time the dinner started because we see him there.
You talking about the concierge?
Yeah, the guy with the straw hat and the turquoise shirt on and like the nameplate. I'm associating him as being a concierge.
The concierge, this statement sounded like someone was asking him questions, and I wonder. So, who would be the person asking the questions?
The
The
Would that
person
be
police.
asking questions would be Suni Popoko, the one that's the investigator that's
okay?
actually on the official police report.
Yeah, because it sounds like a question answer type of testimony. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Suni Popoko is the one that's investigating, and his that to be honest, a lot that's one of the people I never really found, and I wonder why, because that person makes sure they're kind of covered. That person, Suni Popoko, Milan,
Yeah,
is the investigator.
it's interesting because his chain of questioning, I guess, is sounds kind of surface. Like, because I would have asked, like, well, I mean, at the point where it's like, okay, you can leave now, you know, that that just struck me as odd. Like, why was the concierge asked to asked to leave after witnessing or having that was odd. And again, I don't want to go into conspiracy, but it
Yeah, he
did
was
strike me.
the one that was asked to leave is actually the one that's under the main one. Sometimes people relieve people of duty just as in their job, like, hey, I'm the boss is here, the manager's here now, so you can leave and I got this. But yeah, but obviously the manager would, to be honest, we actually have to take into consideration that there are other factors at play here. And it's not really a conspiracy. It's actually called the follow the money, which is a saying. Of course, everyone knows. And the money is that CavoBills.com has went through great lengths to protect their brand and their name, including renaming the bill and everything else, including telling their employees, of course, not to speak and taking down web pages and other things they've done to protect their brand. They don't want to be sued, and one thing that even we mentioned today, which is what they realized, is that when they contacted the concierge, right, and asked for help and for someone to be sent out to her, right, when she said, I need emergency help and for alcohol poisoning, someone can say, well, the concierge is at fault because he didn't send emergency help. He sent a doctor instead when she said emergency help. But then someone else could say, well, when he said a doctor, he can send out a doctor for the alcohol poisoning or whatever. And she agreed to the money price for the regular doctor to be sent out instead of emergency help. Then they can place the blame back on her because they could have said, well, no, she lied and said if she had said the truth, which is a brutal attack and emergency help, like I brutally attacked her and she's unresponsive and I threw her by her neck and all these other things, and then the truth would have been happened, right? But I'm just saying that it doesn't matter what we all say, it's what's going to be in court, it's going to be thrown out there. And trust me, they're going to make it seem like Daejhanae tried to get help and she asked for emergency help and then help wasn't sent. It was the concierge sent other help. That's going to be thrown in there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that the testimony, and twice he states that Daejhanae misled him into making them believe that it was alcohol poisoning. Even when she passed, it was like, wow, so sudden, just because she drank too much, you know. I think that's really important that he stated that at least like 2 or 3 times that she told him it was alcohol poisoning.
Right. And then you know what, the other thing, whether they lied or they didn't lie about the $5,000, just want to pick your brain on that one, Dani. And again, this is the way I process things, is that if they asked them for $5,000, they didn't ask them for 5,000 pesos. So my thing is that we know what 5,000 equates into pesos is even more, but no one ever said they asked for 5,000 pesos. They said $5,000. So like, take for instance, like I've heard narratives like, okay, well, $5,000 in Mexican money is nothing but $250, quote unquote. It could be more or less, whatever. But I'm just saying that for figurative speech. But if they actually did ask them for money, they asked them for $500. That's USD. That's not 5,000 pesos. What do you think about that part?
I think that I think, to be honest, this whole money thing is just weird and awkward. And the reason I say that is because why would someone say you need money for help, but then they say Winter calls 911, which is free for the Red Cross, which is free. So who brought up that she can call 911?
Yeah.
So someone had to tell her to
Chell, I
call
think
911.
sorry, Dani.
That's what I'm pretty much saying, is that they had to be given options, because when did Winter Donovan learn about 911, which is a free Mexican Red Cross 911 version of US? They actually come out for free over there, right? So she had to been told that option. And when was she told that option? That's free. That's no money. There's no need to call Salamandra Robinson. We need this amount of money, that amount of money, when there's 911 for free. So I'm saying, like, they saying the doctor, are people saying money, but then all of a sudden Winter calls 911. So someone had to tell her to call 911 or give her that option too. So that's why I said, if was money really discussed, or insurance or whatever, or were they given options and then they played on it? Like, they say, oh, well, you can actually call 911 Mexican Red Cross, which is free, or you can call you can pay this amount of money and get transported to American Medical Center, and it will actually cost this much money. So they were given options, and then they called Salamandra Robinson, like, with that option about the money, because they knew that she wouldn't have $5,000 or whatever money they were saying, instead of calling the free one. Then they finally called the free one when they, like, whatever. No, they should have called the free one right away, early on. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's all a game for Cabo, and to me, I'll be honest, they did not want Shanquella to survive. And they probably never would have even called 911. But the maid came. So then the maid came, so that kind of interfered. So now since the maid came, they know the maid will leave until the concierge what's going on. So they have to contact the concierge themselves. That's what I believe. I believe that they were actually waiting it out and waiting for her to succumb to her injuries so that she will pass away and they can get away with it. Because two can keep a secret and one of them is dead, right? So that's what I believe. They were waiting her out. And
I
even
also think that the
go ahead.
sorry. I also think the $5,000, I don't think had anything to do with the safety and the safe passage to the hospital. I think, isn't it $5,000 a night for the villa? And I think that was them to get the heck out of there, like, or pay the night that, because with Airbnb there's a cancellation. I know with I Airbnb a small apartment in a villa, and it's really actually hard to get approved for an Airbnb. You have to talk to the host, is conversations, there's house rules, there's like just a list of things that you have to, and I'm not sure, I don't know how the Villa Linda works, but for them to leave a day early, there's a cancellation fee. Could that have been the $5,000?
No, because the villa is only $1,000 something dollars. It's not 5,000 a night. It's like 1,000 something a night. And secondly, to be honest, Airbnbs are not really hard to book or get. I guess it would probably depend on the area. I don't know, but I never had any issues with the Airbnb. Pretty much just go on there and pick which one you want, and it's not really difficult to get an Airbnb unless maybe you're in a place that's kind of like high crime or they have more procedures in place or protocols. But no matter where I travel to, I never have any trouble getting an Airbnb.
No, me either. The only problem with Airbnb is the availability, whether they're open for the weekend you want to come. But it's really quite simple. Like you choose your time, you put in your information, and then the host will send you, once you if it's available and you pay for it, then they send you your itinerary, along with how to gain entrance. And that's all that I've
I
ever.
host Yeah, I mean, it is simple. No, don't get me wrong, but I host an Airbnb, and I have to, it's like you can turn off like automatic booking, or you can like the guests, you can vet them and then approve it after you've asked them some questions. There is a conversation with the owner. I mean, I maybe that's just me, because I Airbnb my apartment, and I tend to want to know who that person is and what they're there for and all that stuff. So I don't know. Maybe it's different for different areas. So
Yeah, no, I've had questions too. Like, are you coming with any, animals? Do you smoke? Those kind of things, like just general things that, they want to confirm, in comparison to what their living, their staying rules are. But besides that, like I do remember like having like correspondence with the host first, and they ask you a couple questions because they want to make sure that you're clear on what their house rules are. And then once you answer those and you pay, then it's like, it's a deal. That's how it's happened for me. But I can't say that's every Airbnb because I haven't stayed in every one.
Hey, Dani, I wanted to ask a question about, I guess, Daejhanae texting the concierge. Why wouldn't she make the 911 call then? Is it a rule that you have to contact them first before you do that? Or like, why, if it was such an emergency, why she didn't call it then versus texting him?
To be honest, they actually kind of cemented in your head that, hey, anything you need while you're on vacay in this villa, Cabo, call the concierge and they will actually help you with anything you need. To be honest, I would automatically think to call 911 no matter where I'm at, because to me, I was like, hey, do they? My first question would be, do they have 911 in Mexico? And to me, that's something that even someone would actually Google or like look up right on their phone, like to see if there's 911 or emergency. That's like a one. These people actually went to college, like they don't know how to use Google. Come on now, right? Um, and then also, I'm sure they probably give them information. Like I even saw like the 911 information on Cabo Villa's website. So how wouldn't they know this information at all? So I do believe maybe they actually just reached out to the concierge. Um, and I guess they thought they didn't actually use Google. They just reached out to concierge to see what they should do or whatever, or get help, right? Um, I don't know. So, anyways, they reached out to them, and that we already know the rest of the story based on what the concierge said. So,
Right. Is that La Jessica? I can only see an L, but it sounds like La Jessica.
yeah.
Hi,
Yes,
La
that's me,
Jessica.
Cher. I jumped down earlier and I guess I was having issues unmuting. But the reason I jumped down earlier was because I wanted to ask about the autopsy. Um, I thought that in order to get an autopsy, it had to be requested by the family because you pretty much has to pay for it. Or do that not apply in Mexico?
Um, her father said that pretty much that was the only autopsy was done was the one that was done over there, and the money he paid was just for her to be transported back home. He didn't actually pay for the autopsy itself. And remember, they had already done the autopsy before I think he even found the body. Uh,
Right. That's why I was saying. 'Cause I thought that had to be request versus them just automatically doing it.
not really. I mean, they have to. I mean, that it's like if someone like it's just kind of like even if someone like unknown body like a Jane Doe or John Doe body was found, then they would actually carry out. They would still examine that body and because the evidence has to be preserved immediately. Like you can't have the autopsy like taking too long to do. You want to actually so even if someone found a body like the police today found like a Jane Doe and they didn't know who the body belonged to, who the family belonged to, anything else, they would still process that body into the medical examination, etc., and then save that evidence for later for when they do find out.
Oh, okay. Because when my cousin passed from a car accident, they asked his mom, um, do she want it done, and she had to pay about $6,000 for it to get it done. And then, oh, another question I had was, I thought the autopsy report didn't come back until like 5 weeks or something like that. Because it took a while for her to get her results for it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know what happened with this whole thing, but we actually could see that they actually processed this, and we also don't know. We don't know how everything works because remember, this is like an American dying over in Mexico, so they might have different ways of handling that. Because I do know that the funeral home that she was found at was actually a funeral home recommended by like the U.S. Embassy for Mexico, funeral homes that know all the procedures and protocols for how to handle American citizen dying in Mexico. So, I mean, to be honest, she was actually going through that process because that's where she was sent to. She was sent to a funeral home that was on the list for good like Spanish, English, like people that knows all the procedures for operating on American citizens. So she pretty much they already knew it was that case. So in that case, I'm sure that they were just going through the process and motions of what they're supposed to do for this body. And I don't think they didn't contact. Remember, her father contacted the funeral home. That's where he found her at. They didn't contact the family about any of this process. Remember, it was Khalil that was in contact with Salamandra. The I had said something about this before. How Mexico didn't actually contact the family about any of this. The family had to find Shanquella. It wasn't the opposite way.
Right. And you know what I wanted to say too is a possibility because I've seen this and I don't know if this is her situation, but I've seen where they have been able to give a like they have the preliminary, of but then there's a final. So maybe when on the 30th that was a preliminary, but like 5 weeks later or so, that's when the final came out. But the preliminary told, the basic findings. But then, the 5 or 6 weeks later is the final. Um, I don't know if that's the case, but that does occur.
And again, I don't know because I'm not like an expert. I know a lot about this, but I just know that in this case and some other cases, when someone isn't in contact with the family immediately to get any approval or anything else, the government automatically will take charge and just do what they want in cases of Jane Doe and John Doe's. And Shanquella, obviously, the travel mates had left already, right? They already had established they left. Then they already left or whatever. I don't know if they
Yes,
had left. Oh, actually, I think Nazeer said that they left like he said 3:30 on Sunday, the 30th, right? I think that's when he said he left. I really don't know. I just don't think they got approval. I think they just carry out the processes of everything they were supposed to do for American citizen dying over there. And obviously they didn't talk to Salamandra because she didn't know where her daughter was. Bernard didn't know where his daughter was. The sister didn't know where her sister was. So obviously they didn't contact the family for any type of approval. Now, did they get any type of approval from the other couple, like Khalil, or any numbers they had? I don't know. But I do know that the family had to find her body. So that means they didn't give no approval, because how can they give approval and they didn't even know where she was or what was happening with her?
hmm Another thing I want to say along the lines too was that when they put on the 911 report that was given by the Mexican journalist, when Winner made the phone call, she made the phone call. It seems as though she made it from the house phone, like from whatever that phone is. Like, and the average, person their age, especially, they have their own cell phone on them. But when she called, it seems it just gives inference that it wasn't so much of an emergency to you, because instead of pulling out your own personal cell phone, you go and find a house phone to call. And then the other thing was, another inference that it wasn't an emergency to them is that you can read between the lines when you read the part about who contacted the concierge and said the girl needs to go to the hospital. And it's very strong inference that that's the doctor. So I'm trying to think, like, why would the doctor in an emergency situation be texting the concierge? Like, what are you even texting the concierge for in the first place? But when you read it, that particular sentence is it's very strong. And I would say, in my mind, I don't see it being anybody but the doctor. But one, because the only time they black out the name is when it comes to her. And then in that same sentence, they mentioned the name of the other person. And I'm just trying to figure out, why would the doctor be texting at a time of emergency? What are you texting anybody for?
Yeah, and I think that goes back to the owners of that villa. I think that, these are the big dogs. Um, the owner of that villa, whoever he or she is, or whatever group that they're part of, I mean, to have that kind of wealth in Mexico, you have to be connected somehow, either whether it be in the States or in Mexico. And I think everyone was just playing scared because they were like, well, you know, and I'm sure the doctor was just I mean, and again, I don't know, and don't charge me for it, but it could be a situation where the villa owner is like, just get this out of my hair, kind of thing, because again, when you have that much wealth and that much power, uh, a young black girl drinking too much in your villa, you just want that to go away fast. You're not really a team Shanquilla or team Justice, because you're just thinking about how am I gonna how am I gonna you know get these nights filled and get my money. Like, they're not thinking about people's lives and safety and families. That's just not where they're at. And so I do think that the nurse, I mean, they probably all work for this guy. You have to understand that he just doesn't just own the villa. He pays
Right.
people's payroll. You know what I mean? Like,
I do.
being a boss, you pay people's salary. So, what do I do, boss? There's someone dead in your villa.
Shreen, you 8-on-1. That's what I'm thinking too. Did they have to run everything through him first before they made the next move? Because that's what
I
is
think
giving.
so.
That's the vibe is giving off. Like,
That's
yo,
all it's
nobody
given.
does that. It's like, hey, and then listen to on a 911 thing. That what person with 24, 25 years old calls and says, "Send us an ambulance because she's having a tonic clonic seizure." What person? I mean, even in my own age, I'm just like, she having a seizure. I'm not going through to say she's having a colonic seizure. Like the words don't even seem right. That's why I'm like, there is. It just seems like it's kind of like put all together, and he's running through this guy.
Right.
But remember the
It's
doctor,
really it.
right? The doctor could have instructed her what to say on 911. Don't forget, Winter Donovan is not a typical whatever age she is, right? Because her mother actually has like home health or certain things she does, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Winter has taken training classes with her to be able to work there with these clients of hers, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so Winter has training in different things, and even like administering medicine and everything else. She's not a typical person. She has some knowledge of working with people, our clients, and helping with health needs. So we have to take that into consideration as well. And also, sometimes when a doctor instructs you to call 911 or get help, they actually tell you what to say. So we don't know if it came exactly from her, the doctor, or even her own knowledge because she working with her mother through these agencies or her own home health things.
Right, I get that, but like, say for instance, I'm
Mhm.
just going to give you a quick example. Like in my profession, like we go through, okay, when whether we're registering or we're coding or whatever, we'll say, we'll say somebody's having a myocardial infarction, right? But then if I'm here, I'm like, shoot, somebody having a heart attack. Hurry up and call. I think you're having a heart attack. Like, or with like, take for instance for a stroke. I have a friend that this happened to me. And then in work, it's like a CVA or, something like that. But I'm like, he's having a stroke. I'm not going through my medical terms right now because it's just like a totally different situation than when you're working than when it's an emergency. And I'm not saying that it didn't happen for winter, but I just wanted to kind of like say that to kind of like, joggle your brain a little bit there, Dani.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And to me, I believe, to be honest, that a lot of them were calculated and calm about it, and they really were not in the mood of panic and like panic. They were actually like, to be honest, I just believe they wanted her to just pass away. They were not in any mood like, oh my gosh, like we need to get her help. We need to get her help. You know what I mean? It was kind of like just cold and like
I
matter of
mean,
fact, and you know what I mean? It wasn't to me like they were in a panic mode.
Yeah, I get that.
that's crazy to me because I would be freaking out. I'd be freaking out. Like, like what are we going to do? No, this can't happen. Like, like for them to have no regard for human life, that's just crazy on its own. But I do think that they were banking on they saw that the villa owners were so whoever was in communication with the villa owners, the ambulance people, the doctors, the nurses, I think they observed how quickly they wanted to just call it alcohol poisoning and get this out of the way, and they were like, oh, this is great, this works for us, you know what I mean? um because I really feel in my heart that it was a situation where the villa owner was just like, get rid of this, get this, don't make a big fuss about it. You don't want someone dying on your property.
That's actually it's kind of like a little different in this scenario because CaboVillas.com is like a manager. They're like the Airbnb of Cabo for vacation
Sorry,
villas.
Dani, they're an LLC. That means they're limited liability corporation. So that means they're a shell company. So they could have one person, two people, three people on on whoever their names are, by they don't have to disclose who are the owners if you're an LLC. You don't have to disclose who you are. It's not a
That's
sole
not,
proprietorship. It's an.
that's not what I'm referring to. I'm
Oh, I'm
saying
sorry.
that CaboVillas.com is like an Airbnb for Cabo villas, like for villas in Cabos, like if you want to rent a villa in Cabo. So basically, it's like the Airbnb. Like Airbnb is like a manager, it's like a middleman for when you want to rent a home. Okay, so the actual home is owned by the host, and then the middleman is Airbnb, and then you as the guest are the one that's actually renting the villa. I mean, or the home through Airbnb, right? It's the same thing with CaboVillas.com. They don't actually own the villa or have any relation to anybody that owns the villa. They actually help, they manage the villas. They manage the villas just like an Airbnb would manage their homes, and the host owns it. So their job is not really to look out for the villa owner. Their goal is to look out for themselves. So it's kind of like they are the Airbnb, you know what I mean? So you go to CaboVillas.com, you pick out an Airbnb. Cabo Villas has no affiliation or ownership of the villa. The host owns it. So the host is who's in charge. And they actually said that they have rules for the host, and the host can't add cameras to the villa. They can't do certain things if they actually want to be approved by Cabo Villas to be on their website and put a listing there on their website to have their villa present. So in that regard, since there's a separation there, Cabo Villas doesn't really need to go over in the board to protect the owner, and vice versa, because they're two separate people or two separate things. Just like if you go to Airbnb has they don't have no reason a lot of times to protect the host. If
Well,
there's
no, actually, if I'm understanding you correct, the host with a property of over $7-8 million is obviously using Airbnb as the middleman and employing Cabo Villas to basically do the day in and day out, the cleaning, the bartending, the chefs, all that. So the host is employing those people. Airbnb has nothing to do with that.
I think you're confusing. I think you're confused of what I'm saying. Airbnb, if you actually go to Airbnb.com, they actually added new things to where they can actually like you can go there, you can rent a house, or they can actually help with like show like entertainment. There's different things on Airbnb now, right? Than before. Cabo Villas is like a full service Airbnb service. They don't actually own the villas. They manage, they actually like our Airbnb, where they can, like, you can book a villa that's owned by a host. So the host owns the villa. Cabo Villas rents it out. It's just kind of like Airbnb, where the host owns the homes you like for Airbnb, but Airbnb rents them out like that. But then with Cabo Villas, they're more full service. So then they'll contract a maid. And then even with Airbnb, some people have a contracted maid or maid services that come clean the villas. I mean, not the Airbnbs. So what I mean is that Cabo Villas doesn't own the villas, and they have no like direct connection to the villa owners. They're like the Airbnb for the host. So they have hosted villas. You know what I mean? So what I mean is, it's like if the owner doesn't have anything, like, I don't know how to describe it, but the owner wouldn't be the one that would actually be responsible for anything that happens at the villa during that time that it's being managed by CaboVillas.com. You know what I mean? So they will probably
I have to disagree with
the owner
with you on that one.
is the host. Okay, let's say you host the Airbnb, right? Like you're the you have the Airbnb and you're the host, right? You have Airbnb, and then someone rents your house. Right? And let's say someone rents your house and you have Airbnb. They go there and they unalive somebody. So what responsibility does the host have that actually owns the house? How would you be responsible for someone unaliving someone at your house that you let Airbnb host? let rent out to somebody to host? What's your responsibility?
Exactly. So it wouldn't be a responsibility by law, but now I'm losing money, right? There's been an M at my house. There is an investigation. There is police there, and the police are eventually gonna, just ask me details about who these people are, how they contacted me, what did they say when they contacted me to rent this house, how long was their stay. I mean, I'd have to show, and then I'd also have to show, there's certain things that Airbnb asks for, like you have to have the carbon monoxide detectors, you have to have some sort of safeguard for children, handicap accessibility. There's certain things that you have to do by law to make the place safe.
But what I'm saying
And
is,
then
in this case, they don't contact. If you actually go to the website, they don't actually contact the host, the owner of the villa at all. If you actually go to the listing, it's Cabo Villas that they contact for everything. They don't contact the host. Like if you actually go to the listing, it says CaboVillas.com. It doesn't say like the host name. Like if you actually go to Airbnb, the host name will be shown. So then people would be in contact with you. They say, hey, this is why I'm staying in your home. And you have more interaction with them, right? In this case, it's being managed by Cabo Villa. So it's kind of like if you go to some Airbnb listings, it's managed by a company and not an actual individual. So that will be a different thing. So they actually wouldn't have any contact with the actual owner. It's actually the company managing it. So I understand your point too. Go ahead, continue on.
No, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the structure, the business structure is a little different because what you're saying is the host has hired or not even hired, but Cabo Villa correct me if I'm wrong, has rented the property from the host to have, this all inclusive stay experience for guests, right? That's what you're saying.
It's not so much rented.
I'm
It's just
sorry. Am I making this more complicated than it has to be? I'm sorry. Sometimes I tend to do that. Like my brain just overthinks certain things. So I'm sorry if you know what? We don't have to even talk about that anymore because I feel like I'm making it more complicated. Sorry, y'all.
No, I understand. Trust me, I understand what you're saying. You're trying to say, I'm just actually letting you know like some of the framework of it. So that way when you are answering, I'm making sure that we are like correlating. Okay, so basically you're saying that the owner of the villa, since they lost money and everyone says Villa 32, which is their home, and now they can't rent it out and they're losing money, which you say follow the money, that now they're saying get rid of this, cover this up so I can continue to rent out my villa and there won't be any problems and I'm losing money. So let's cover this crime up. Right. So that's what you're pretty much saying, right? So
I mean, celebrities go there too. They said Jennifer Aniston goes there. There's celebrities that, I mean, Cabo is only but so big. So this is like, a resort where it's where the Hollywood stars go to. You got to have money, and, these kids are coming and, they rented out this villa. They had the money to do it. And then some shit goes, I'm sorry, excuse my language, some things go down, and I can see, like, I'm in business. I own my own business as well, and I can see like when something goes down, unfortunately your first signal is, oh man, how is this going to affect my bottom line? And unfortunately, like when you have $1,000 nights, like that's a lot of money. And in Mexico, $1,000 a night for 4 nights, and then there's added services that they're paying for. That's a pretty penny. Um, and I can see where that could be their thought process. This is going to lose us money. This is bad. We need to cover it up.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. As far as that goes, a lot of people believe in that whole cover up thing. And as far as that, I believe that it's not so much the host, and I'll explain why I don't think it's the host, it's the actual owner of the villa. It's kind of like this. Even like for Airbnb, they will actually they're like the go between the guest and then the actual owner of the home, of the host, right? In that case, Airbnb will sometimes side with the host, and sometimes they will side with the customer, right? They definitely want to keep the customer happy and also their host happy. And sometimes, to be honest, they might actually side with the customer because they outnumber the host, and sometimes they don't. Right? Okay. So this is the thing: Airbnb will not throw away their whole company to satisfy one host that wants to cover up a crime. You see what I'm saying? Like this is their whole in Cabo villas. They have 100 something villas, 160 villas, and the other resorts. They're not gonna want to cover up to protect one host, wanting them to cover up something, um, just to because they make way more money with all the other villas than just that one. So they're not gonna let a host tank their whole company. Now, where the cover up is to me in the reverse. The cover up is not the person that actually owns the villa. The cover up is actually the company itself that is actually managing $160 million villas. That's the cover up. So where the cover up is at, as I stated before in my other videos, is CaboVillas.com removing website listings and hiding their hand and hiding their things and hiding wanting their people to shut up, like the concierge and the maid and everybody else. It's Cabo Villas that's doing the cover up, and not the host and of the villa, should I say? And then when they're covering up their stuff, then automatically by a direct effect, um, of that, like subsequent, then obviously uh the that villa, they rebranded that villa, and you think that I'm trust me, they probably reached out to the host, they're gonna change the name of the villa and rework this, right? And trust me, it's all about Cabo Villas. They trust me, those people are really like, think about, like, if you ever called them, a lot of the time they are very rude. I called asking like general questions at the beginning. They didn't even want to answer general questions. They were very guarded about like general questions and not wanting to answer anything. They took down website listings like who all work there, who's higher up. That they are actually covering, and I said that from day one of this when I actually started investigating or looking into things. So Kyle Bills is definitely covering, and that's because they don't want to get sued. And part of there is like the statement from the concierge that he said that Daejhanae text and said alcohol poisoning emergency help. And the maid is also in the picture. There's a chef. They have a lot of people in this whole thing, and they actually manage the villa as well. And someone actually mentioned something about there's some kind of resort kind of insurance or something for travelers. I don't know that whole thing, but Cabo Bills is definitely covering their employees, and they're a part in this, if anything. And then also we have American Medical Center. They're covering their part as far as a doctor. And I spoke to those people, and I know they're covering because they don't want to get medical malpractice. That's why they let that doctor go. And they let her go to appease the public and say, hey, well, we fired her. So now I hope y'all leave us alone. Y'all don't sue us. So is that cover up? And that's cover up from people getting sued by Sue Ann Robinson now being Crump, because that's the lawyers that were actually sued. So that's my opinion, though, of course.
That makes sense to me, Danny. That makes sense. But that also kind of like, take for instance, like that's one of the I'll tell you how I get here, but it might not seem like it initially, but it's one of the reasons why I believe the autopsy, because I feel like that doctor didn't really have a dog in the fight one way or the other. I mean, yeah, I guess, in a more far out sense, you could say, well, he got his palms grazed or whatever. But at 9 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, I guess they could work that fast, so they could or they couldn't. But that's why I feel like he's independent. And then for his stuff to be compromised, that would mean not just him, that would mean the laboratory people. Like, there's a lot of people that would have to come up with this, false information to make that autopsy incorrect. It's not just him, because he's taking the samples, he's doing the evaluation, but then he still has to send it somewhere. So it's like it's like so many chains of commands that all of these people have to be in a court and then come up with one lie. You follow what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, just listen to the part that the exchange between you and I think it's Shreen. It just sparked something in my mind to make me want to say that. But I was thinking it even before that, like, this guy doesn't really have a dog in the fight one way or the other. So, what does he have to lie for? And I just feel like I believe that autopsy. I believe that autopsy, and that's like, and when I say that to say, like, okay, well, because there are some, ends of the spectrum of this case of people, a community of people who are involved in this case, because everybody's not looking at it like we are. They say, oh no, it's got to be 8:30, got to be 8:30 or somewhere around that. Well, the autopsy doesn't say that, and I believe it because he's an independent person. Like, he has no dog in this fight right now, and he has no reason to lie. And then when he does, all his lab work has to correlate with what he's coming out with. So I do believe, and that's another reason why I want to hear from we call her Lucy. We don't even know if it was Lucy, and quote unquote Lucy normally does it. It could have been, it more than likely was her, but it could have been somebody else that day. I want to hear what she has, because I really don't think she has a dog in the fight either. Like, you follow what I'm saying? Like, I feel like she's an independent witness. She doesn't have anything to do with anything. She's just telling when she came in, what did she do? So when I look at all the people who I really, really want to hear from, and right now I've heard from one, even though we didn't see his whole report, is the autopsy person and Lucy. Those are two. Those are the most independent people out of all of this to me. And I'll just leave it at that.
Let me go ahead and jump in real fast to go ahead and shout out the people that sent me support of the channel. Shout out to Ashton Lee. Yes, auntie. Yes. Thank you so much for the super sticker and supporting my channel. So shout out to Ashton Lee. Again, you always support the channel. Thank you, girl. Also, shout out to L Brown as well for the super sticker. I appreciate you as well. You're always supporting the channel as well. And everybody else, remember, you can support this channel for free just by smashing that like button. So smash the like button. And mods that's being here. Wow, I'm sorry, y'all. It's been 4 hours. Make sure y'all can actually take a break and also just enjoy y'all's night as well. I know I've been on here for a long time, and I appreciate y'all's support as well. And let me give you one more shout out to Jamaica. So shout out to Jamaica for the Cash App. Thank you, girl, so much for supporting my channel. And let me see what it said. Hold on. For keep up the good work, Dani. Okay, girl, thank you. And yeah, I will keep up justice first and quote. And thank you again for supporting my channel. Now, to jump back into this, I will say that I believe the autopsy because, again, there is a certain thing that goes into people's work. And with the autopsy, the doctor involved in a cover-up will actually try to go with the first thing out. If you're involved in a cover-up of alcohol poisoning, you actually put out an autopsy or rework it for the toxicology to come back as alcohol poisoning, so you can go along with the cover-up. This is actually going the opposite direction of that. It's saying violence. It's saying all these injuries all over her body. It's a complete examination of her body from head to toe, saying what was brought in, what she was wearing, like complete workup. And it's not only that doctor, it's also his assistants with him, right, working on the body. A cover-up will go along with what was already said. Someone actually doing their job will actually put out the results as is, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And for him to put out some station, and also for him to put that is violence, and that goes against what the cabo said, which was accidental and alcohol poisoning. So that means that he actually went by her results. He's a 43-year-old surgeon. I mean, not 43-year-old. He has been a surgeon for 43 years old, so he's tenured in this whole thing. And with all that time in the game of being a surgeon, you have your name and your livelihood on the line to actually do a cover up for American citizen. And good and well, the body could be exhumed or re-examined by another medical examiner, and then that can actually undermine your whole cover up. Her body can actually be exhumed, and then someone else could really look at it. Secondly, other medical examiners can look over the report and find inconsistencies. So for someone to actually like forge or cover up and make a complete false autopsy, that's not really going to work. And I doubt anyone will actually risk years and years of education and tenure to do that. And a cover up again goes along with what was previously said. This actually went to the opposite of what was said, even for Mexico. So for that, I don't believe it's a cover up. Go ahead.
But the
I
nurse,
agree.
but the nurse. What? So who is the nurse's? What was her name? The nurse that was on site.
She's a doctor, actually, not a nurse.
Okay,
Nazeer said nurse because
okay. What?
he's just spitting off like I think that he was just like, you know, he was in a frenzy at that point because he's trying to prove that, and I think that he misspoke in a lot of ways. That he called her a nurse, but she's actually a doctor.
And what was her name? It was
Carolina something. Nettie knows a better
Carolina.
mother.
Dr.
Carolina. Yeah.
Carolina Ornelas Gutierrez.
Yeah. Yeah. Carolina is a licensed doctor, correct?
That's correct. She has, but she only has like limited experience, to be honest. Like maybe a year
Okay.
and a half working at American Medical Center as her probably first job as a doctor.
And so you guys are certain that she wouldn't risk it all for you know to get this covered up, because the thing is that, oh, I'm sorry, my dog went crazy. I would see that there's injuries as a doctor. I'd be kind of more like, okay, she has a broken eye vessel, her lip is busted, there's swelling, um, and she has been probably deceased for, or she was going through the final stages. You see, 6 people around twiddling their thumbs. I don't know. I kind of feel like she you guys think she felt threatened and was just like, let me just treat her for alcohol poisoning? Or was she like, because as a doctor I'd be like, we need to take her right now. She needs to get out. She needs to go to the hospital right this second.
Right, but remember, Shereen, remember that's not the one who did the autopsy. She's the one. She's the
I'm
doctor
not
on.
talking about the person.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay. I'm
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
not talking about the person that did the autopsy. I think the person that did the autopsy, I think that was the wild card. I think the father um asking for the autopsy is the wild card. I think the YouTubers that are calling for justice for Shanquella are all wild cards that these people, Cabo 6 did not count on. They did not count on this. This was not part of the plan. What I'm talking, I feel like the doctor, she she's completely negligent or covering it up.
I must say I agree with that part. I think the doctor. I don't. I think there's some deception with the doctor. Me personally, but not factually.
I mean, which, as a doctor, I would hope you're trained to know when someone looks like they've been hit. Like if I got hit with a baseball bat across my head, and a doctor sees me, and I hope they don't, and then I hope they treat me for that. Then because it wasn't like just the atlas luxation, which obviously we know is invisible to the naked eye. You can't see that there's a decapitation in the spine. You can't see that, but there's obviously visible wounds. And I just can't buy that she was like, yeah, okay, well, alcohol poisoning, cool. She fell. I don't know. It just is, that part is not meshing. But the autopsy, the maid, again, I agree with you, Chell. They don't have a dog in the fight, and I feel like their testimonies probably would be the most reliable testimonies that we have right now. But I cannot shake the fact that the doctor is lying or is covering up, or she felt threatened, or she was given like a little bit of money and was like, listen, just make this go away for us and we'll pay you $5,000. I don't know.
I think that the doctor, Belfort, did you want to actually chime in? Belfort, are you there? Hello, Belford Marshall, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, hey, do you want? Yeah, did you want to chime in?
I did. I was just waiting for a break.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I've read the letter with the statement from the concierge, and one of the comments tonight was that about the doctor um, texting the concierge to say that Shanquella needed to be taken to the hospital. And one of the things I think is that it's possible that another guest um, texted him to say that. And that's from me reading the report from his statement. When he refers to the doctor, he calls them Dr. Blank, right? And when he refers to anybody else, any of the other guests, he doesn't call them by name. The only guests that he says by name is Shanquella and Daejhanae. And at the end, he mentions that Khalil, a comment about Khalil. Um, I'm sorry, Nazeer. So I personally think that the text came from a different guest than from the doctor. Thoughts?
That's a good observation.
I mean, it's really consistent throughout that statement that he does. All the names are blocked out except for Shanquilla and Daejhanae. Um, so another thing that I was thinking about, um, uh, um, the autopsy report, who had authorized the autopsy to take place. And here in the U.S., um, if if a person dies for unknown reasons or suspicious reasons, they automatically have to do an autopsy. If it's an accident or something that can be explained, they may not choose to do an autopsy. It's up to the medical examiner. And like if a person is on hospice care for a known illness, or if you have, say, um, history of heart problems or something like that, then through the medical, from finding that in your medical history, they won't autopsy, you know. But in terms of Shanquella, when she came in, it was suspicious because looking at her visually, they saw all that other stuff that was going on that wasn't consistent with alcohol poisoning, just that. So that's why they were able to go ahead without the consent of the family to do an autopsy.
Okay, let's go back to your first statement that you said something about the names on the list. Let me go ahead and pull it up because let's actually go over that
Mm-hmm.
the statement. Let me pull up the report. Wait 1 second. Okay, so you mentioned are you talking about when they said that she needs to be transported to the hospital, or what statement are you referring to?
I'm referring to at 16:25, Blank texted me and told me the girl has to be hospitalized because after evaluated, she's in serious condition, and the doctor says no, but that she does need an IV. Right? But when he refers to the doctor earlier on this page, when he says he calls the doctor, he says he calls Dr.
Okay, I see what you're saying. At 16:25, Blank texted me and told me that the girl has to be hospitalized because hospitalized because after being evaluated, she has to be hospitalized, and her friends were finding out if they had insurance. To which I asked if she is in serious condition, and the doctor said no. but that she does need an IV, that she is practically unconscious, and that was why she had to be hospitalized. Okay, to which I asked if she was in serious condition, and the doctor said no. So if he's talking to someone else, then how does he say the doctor said no?
I don't know, and I stumbled along on that for a long time. But like I said, I noticed I don't see the doctor stopping mid rescue to text him. I just don't see that.
To me, I believe that this is from a doctor's statement, not from someone else. Is because um, it's not going to like a third person. It's not going into say, and the person told me the doctor said no. It's saying the doctor said no. So a lot of times when things are redacted, you can tell who they're referring to because the following sentence will give it away. They'll say like he or she or a doctor, or they'll give some kind of label to the person. So in this case, it's at 16:25, Blank texted me and told me that the girl has to be hospitalized because after being evaluated, she has to be hospitalized, and that her friends. So it's kind of like what, let's say Daejhanae say her friends were finding if they had insurance. Yeah, that could be possible. Someone like Daejhanae or someone say her friends, but it's kind of like separating because her friends were found they had insurance. To me, it'd be like a group of people when someone says her friends, and not just. And then if somebody else knew who each person was individually, they could be more specific. Like if say Khalil, like I wouldn't say my friends are trying to find out if she has insurance, if I know that it's Khalil calling Salamandra or something. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
I feel like it's the. I don't know. I see what you mean. At 16:25, let's insert a name. At 16:25, let's say Winter Donovan texted me and told me that the girl has to be hospitalized because after being evaluated, she has to be hospitalized, and that her friends were finding out they had insurance. To which I asked if she is in serious condition, and the doctor said no. So the doctor said, no, that doesn't make sense because now that means that you have to give the phone to the doctor. And then how will he know who's texting now? Like, who is you? Are you the doctor now or are you Winter? That doesn't make sense. So that line right there to me gives context to this question and tells me that the subject of this sentence is actually the doctor.
Right. You know why?
Right.
Because remember, Winter at 16:20, at 4:20, she used the house phone to call the 911, right? But then 5 minutes later, somebody's texting. So if it was Winter, why is she flipping from a house phone to a text? That's why I think you're right. I think it's the doctor because if I remember, Winter called. It was 4:20. It's not on this one, but it was on the other one. They said that Winter called 911 at 4:20. So is she flipping from a house phone to a cell phone? It doesn't make sense. So I believe that gives very strong inference that that's the doctor. And I'm just trying to figure out why in the heck is a doctor in an emergency situation after 4:20? You already gave one of the friends the go ahead, the call, say, look, we had a tonic-clonic seizure, and then that person uses the house phone to call, but then flips over to a cell phone to text the concierge. Like that just doesn't add up. And I
Right,
think it's the
right.
doctor.
I was thinking the doctor as well. But
Mm-hmm.
look at the spacing of the redacted where it says at 16:25, Blank texted me and told me the girl has to be hospitalized. Look at the space and then look on the previous page at where he references Dr. Blank. It's not that same length.
I think in this report, sorry,
it looks like a shorter name to me, and I may be reaching.
No, that's an excellent observation. You're right about that too. If I remember correctly, yeah, it is longer.
And then later in the report, where he talks about Daejhanae was talking to another guest. We know he knows the names of all those people. That's his business. So he would know the names of Khalil and whatever. But he just says a male guest. He doesn't call them by name.
Can I slide in?
Right there is that it continues on. It says the doctor says no, and then the person goes on to say more medical things that only the doctor would know to say or text. So to me, that is, I still say, as the doctor says, texted me and told me the girl has to be hospitalized because after being evaluated, she has to be hospitalized, and that her friends were finding out if they had insurance. To which I asked if she was in serious condition, and the doctor said no. And then it says, but that it says, and the doctor said no. And then it continues on. It says, but that she does need an IV and that she's practically unconscious. Only a doctor will be able to analyze or evaluate this based on her assessment that she said she just gave. And that was why she had to be hospitalized. So I still believe that's a doctor's statement, Dr. Carolina.
Okay.
Dani,
so
can I slide in? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, this is Linda, and
Hey,
I
Linda.
have a bachelor's in criminal justice and criminology, and I'm gonna tell you what sent my antennas up about these fabricated statements. If you think about the manager's statement, where he's talking about the sunrise on the headboard, at the time of his statement, that was set November the 19th, right? And at that point in time, we were not talking about the sunlight hitting the headboard. We just started talking about that about 2 or 3 months ago. These statements are fabricated. They also look at YouTube or use somebody else and filter through information where we getting too close, and they wrote these statements just to cover up and try to answer some of the questions that we have. And I just wanted to say that, and I'm gonna step back in the chat.
Salute, Linda.
Salute everybody on the panel. Shell.
Thanks for coming up, Linda.
Honestly, I have to agree with Linda on this one. I do think that it was fabricated. That testimony, that statement is all over the place. And then for him, it sounds like the questioning was, it was like whoever was questioning the concierge was being very careful on what they wanted, what they wanted to write down, what they wanted to hear.
Hi, Dani and the panel. Can I slide in?
Yes, go ahead.
How you guys doing? So I have two things to say. The first thing I want to say is it possible that it was the maid that tested the concierge? When you read through that paragraph that you just read, Dani, is it possible that it was the maid? Just say, for instance, that was the maid that, because I don't, just the way it's worded, I don't think it was a doctor, but it could have been the maid that said, hey, well, the doctor said she's got, but could have been the maid?
In my opinion, I think it's the doctor, and I don't think the maid was there at that time.
Read it again for me.
I think the maid had already left at that point.
Read it again for me.
It says, at 16:25, Blank texted me and told me that the girl has to be hospitalized because after being evaluated, she has to be hospitalized, and that her friends were finding out if they had insurance. To which I asked if she was in serious condition, and the doctor said no.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there, Dani. You asked if I asked if she was in serious condition, but the doctor said no. So that means he's talking to somebody else. Now, wasn't there another assistant or somebody else there?
No. He said, and the doctor said no.
Right. So the person said Right. So that's what I'm getting at. Is that him saying is the person in serious condition and the doctor said no, or is that the person that's talking to him?
That's the person. He's the one talking.
Oh, okay. So I thought that was the person that was talking to the concierge. That's why it made me think, well, maybe he's talking to the maid.
No, it's actually on page 11. It says at 16:25, Blank texted me. He talking. The concierge is saying somebody texted him at 4:25.
Now, was there another assistant there? Wasn't there somebody else there? Like,
no, there's two statements. There's one from the the concierge manager, Gio, and then there's the regular concierge, his statement. So the regular concierge is his main statement. He says at 16:25, 4:25, he was texted by someone that says hospitalized. And then to figure out who the subject of the sentence is, I'm saying that when it said, and the doctor said no, if that was someone else, why would the doctor add in? And the doctor said no, unless the doctor got on someone's phone. Now, if it says something like, and I said, to which I asked if she was in serious condition, and they asked the doctor, and the doctor said no, then that would be like that, like a relay on a message. This is not like inferring that was a relayed message. It says, and the doctor said no. So if I thought it was relayed, then I would say differently, but I don't see a relaying. So that means that it's like if it was winter, are you saying the doctor got on her phone and said no? It doesn't make sense.
Right.
No, I think it's just with English possibly as a second language, that when he made this statement, because it's absolutely a run-on statement. I just don't think this was communicated well. So we'll just have to see when we find out what the doctor's testimony is who actually made that text.
Yeah, because it sounds like two different pieces of conversation. But then I see your point now, Daniel, because at the end it was like he asked the question back and then the doctor said no. So yeah. Yeah.
And remember, it says author being evaluated, and then the person that he's talking to goes into more extensive detail to me about the condition of Shanquella. Says she isn't. The doctor said no, she is in serious condition, but then goes on to say, but that she does need an IV. Like, who would actually say, like, who needs an IV? And it says that she is practically unconscious. Who would actually be at the level of knowledge to say that? And then it says, and that's why she needs to be hospitalized. So this to me is someone, and it says because the author being evaluated. So based on the doctor's evaluation, she says that she needs to be hospitalized. She does need an IV. It's not serious, but she is practically unconscious. That to me is an evaluation or assessment given by the doctor to the concierge. That's why I put it as that. And I don't see it relaying the message.
Right. Okay, yeah, I see it that way. And then my second thing that I was going to say is that we have to remember that when Mr. Bernard called on Monday looking for Shanquella, the reason why Elizabeth was able to give him the information about her manner of demise is because the autopsy was actually performed on Sunday morning. So yes, they already had the autopsy before he even asked for it. That's how Elizabeth was able to give him that information so quickly.
But he didn't.
I think.
Is that Mel?
Yeah.
Hey, Mel, salute. Because over top you, the other avatar is over. It's that the comment is over top. So I just know by voice. So salute. But
salute, Shell.
Salute. But I wanted to ask you though. But did he? And joggle my memory, but when he talked to her on Monday, she didn't tell him that on Monday.
But remember, they had the results on Sunday.
Right, but she didn't tell him on Monday.
When did she tell him?
I thought that he found out on like a Thursday or so. He didn't know Monday. Monday was the day that he was going through all the back and forth trying to find her. Then he found her and he said, "We got, I'm gonna stay in contact with you and everything else." But I don't and anybody can correct me because we've been going through so many piles of information. But from what I remember, she didn't tell him on Monday that what it was. She said that she told him that she would take care of him and that she would stay in contact. And then they coordinated everything about getting her back home.
Right. But even if it was Thursday, remember, they already had the results on Sunday.
And that's what my problem is.
Well, it had been performed on Sunday, but I think some of the results didn't come back till like 2 or 3 days later.
I don't know. I thought the autopsy said it was done by 11 o'clock.
That's when he was done, but they still have to,
oh, right.
Yeah, you can't just say, okay, he could probably say something right there, but he still can't say everything he put in the autopsy. He put that in there on Sunday. He completed it on Sunday, but I think it was 2 or 3 days before it was actually completed. So that going to Thursday, that's about right.
Okay, I get you on that. I stand to be corrected then. Thank you.
Yeah, that's about right. About 2 or 3 days, and I think it's written in there. It's like 2 or 3 days. So that can take some pressure off of our brains. Now, when I listen to it, I say, "Oh no, the autopsy was done on Sunday. 2 or 3 days, they got the information back." So yeah, he got it back but I think because he requested it, he didn't already know it had been done. And I'm not even sure she knew either, but
Okay, thanks, Mel.
No problem. No problem. And my last thing that I want to say is, Dani, I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, I know there's some distractions, and most likely, trust me, I guarantee, I've actually got messages from someone already talking about somebody's live, like someone's live pretending to be talking to my mom or something they're trying to do now. So they are
ignore it
right now.
Like, ignore it.
They're
because now you talk about what you're supposed to be talking about. So you gotta ignore that.
So they're making up more lies. So like I said, everybody needs to report videos because no one has talked to my mom. This person is a liar and a schemer and a scammer, and just report their video. Okay.
Because you're on your game right now. You're on your main game right now.
Yeah, don't let nobody else break your game. Let's keep
your main game right now.
It's weird because people are they make up stuff out of thin air. They make up a total, complete, 100% lie. Like
we count on you.
I mean, she's doing everything.
We count on you. We count on you to talk to people that we ain't talking to.
Right.
So if you keep focusing on that stuff, you're not gonna be able to reach out to the people we need for you to reach out to.
Yeah, I'm gonna pray on that, Dani. Please,
we count on you.
Even if you go to your backup, that's cool. But don't let that. Don't let nobody break your A game. Like, we rely on you. We count on you, and this whole thing is a real true distraction from what we actually count on you for. Like today was bad. This is the Dani we know. You know what I mean? Like it's sad that you. And I know we not supposed to talk. We don't want to talk about it no more. But seriously, like that. On the backup, that's fine, but come back to your A game. Don't let them. You see what type of support you have, right? So just keep it going. Just keep
in your own words. Yes, Hunty. This where we need you at.
But see, that's why they're upset, y'all. They're upset because no matter how many lies they put out, it's making them look crazy and ridiculous that only like a small percentage of people that just believe anything believe it. That's why they're upset.
Yes, but I'm gonna tell you, like I told somebody else, ignore it.
Is someone's phone static?
Because it had me sad.
That's right now.
It had me sad for a long time.
Okay.
Ignore it. Just ignore it.
Because your subscribers have spoken, Dani. We've already spoken. We don't really care. We don't care. So, like, really, only thing you're going to do is do it for them because we don't even care at this point. Like, we don't care. It's
like, yeah, she really, I mean, I know we don't want to talk about, you should definitely ignore it. You're doing your thing. It's coming from an organic place. People trust you. Your opinion is valid. But also I don't like gaslighting people. So you could be upset, and you have every right to confront this, because no one should gaslight you like, oh, who cares, don't worry about it. No, it's going to affect you, and it's okay that it's affecting you, but also
You ignore them, ignore them, they'll go away.
Well, not really. I just want everybody to
she
report
putting
the
heat.
video. Other
She
than that, I'm
putting
not gonna.
heat. I can't with the heat.
We got you. Don't worry
Oh
about that.
Lord, don't
Just
talk about
I'm
ignore.
not gonna respond to it. I just want everybody to report these videos every time they pop up. That's all I'm saying.
And you got that, Dani. You
Yeah.
got that. You got it. We got you. Seriously, we got you. Ain't nobody worried about that.
Yeah.
Because we done had a trip to Washington and ain't nobody said nothing. So we gonna count on you to find out some information.
Yeah, like look at all
Okay.
the stuff that this list. Like we got you, we got your back. Your whole subscriber team, everybody got your back. We get it. We already get it. We already see what's going on. Let them the thing about it is that, like I say, you can strike me with a lie, but I can bury you with the truth. If you want to bury them, you could. We already know that. We already seen it. You did you did what you had to do. It's done. It ain't nothing changing. Let them people go on with their business. Seriously.
If she wants to bring up your fam, like she's just making herself look so dumb. She's just really embarrassing herself at this point. I don't even think you should confront this on your back channel. I think you should completely ignore her and not give her any shine.
Oh yeah, that I told you that was my only video I'm making on this, because they're just putting out fake information. To be honest, fake information is just fake. It's just that it's not harming me in my real life. My life is unaffected by real life, should I say. So anyways, I just put out a public service announcement today in that video, and that was my last video on this channel about it. And I just pretty much said that person is already demonetized. And to be honest, if you have 3 channels on YouTube, and none of those channels are monetized, I see why it's misinformation, spam, misleading content, harassment, bullying. Your channel is unsuitable to be a YouTube partner, and I'll leave your channel right where it's at, in the gutter and in the trash, and not even suitable to partner with YouTube, unlike my 2 channels. And with that, next caller. But yeah, like I said, y'all report. I'm not worried about an unmonetized channel, and that can't even meet YouTube qualifications at this point. Yeah.
Right.
So now let's get back to the main.
Let's back to the facts. So we ain't gonna take you off your A game. We gonna keep on rolling. Forget that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all's support. And also I'm gonna kind of wrap this up a little bit, because I know Shank is going live, and I know a lot of people on here sometimes be on his panel as well. So I just try to have a little break in between. So I just say, like, let's let everyone give their final statements, and we will wrap this up, because I want to make sure everybody has a little energy for Shank's panel. I know some of y'all are going to be on there. And I appreciate all the support of all the subscribers and all the panels and everybody else. I greatly, trust me, throughout this time, all this fake information and defamation, y'all have shown me a lot of love and support. And yes, Hunter, yes, I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all just don't know. All right.
Well, I'll go first, and I'll drop down, and I'll just say, this was and like Mel said, like, this is a Dani we know. I've been honored to be on your panel. Whenever it comes up, I'm here. And this is and I just look forward to more from you. And thank you so much for having this live today. And we hashed out so much. And this is the kind of stuff that I love, and I look forward to. So thank you, and I enjoyed my Saturday with you, and have a great rest of your evening.
Same to you.
Bye, Joe.
I'll go second, because I have to take a call, but I came up late. But I a lot of times you go on, I listen to the replay because I'm working. But I just wanted to tell you that I did miss you. I was sad for the most part of last week. And I shared that with someone else, and I also told them the same thing. I just shared with you, just ignore it. When you don't put fuel on the fire, it will stop burning eventually. And this is where we need you at, because we count on you to talk to and reach out to people that most of us can't or don't have the access to do that. And that is very well appreciated, at least from me, and I'm quite sure all of your subscribers. So I'm only caught a little bit of this, but it was good. It was good to just hear you back, and then just focus on Justice for Shanquella.
Thank
Happy
you.
Easter.
God, you feel so special. I'm definitely Team Shanquella. We need to actually keep focused. Definitely.
Danny,
All right. Happy Easter.
Can
Thank
you kick
you.
me? Can you kick me out, Danny? Because I hit the wrong button and can't kick myself out.
Okay, and have a great day and a great
You
Easter.
too. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll go. Yeah, this was my first time being on your panel, and I'm truly honored. Thank you so much. And people are saying this is the Dani we know. This is all I knew, so I missed a portion of all of this. So you're back on whatever happened. I'm glad you're back on it, because you know when the Shanquella's case first came out, like, you were the only person I was listening to, along with others, another content creator. Um, and you always were very detail oriented and factual. And you know, my mind wanders so much, and you were always able to, um, even if I wasn't interactive, like listening to it the day after it was live, I was always able to kind of clarify some things and be like, okay, that makes sense. So yes, I'm proud of you. I'm a super fan, and I want you to, yeah, ignore the haters, ignore them. But yeah, thank you so much.
Hey, Dani, I guess I'm
I
going
enjoyed your
last.
company as well, and I'm glad to come up again because I see people. I even saw them right now, so they enjoyed it, and they want me to do more panels. So I definitely will do it. I enjoyed it as well, and thank you for your words as well.
Hey, Dani, I guess I'm going last. I've never done this before. I've never even felt the desire to join any kind of YouTube um, conversations, but this feels like a safe space to express opinions and to get feedback. So thank you so much for being everything that you are, for representing us and getting information, getting those receipts, and helping us to express our outrage while we wait for justice for Shanquella. So thank you.
And thank you as well. And I'm glad you came up. So I was like, this is your first time coming up on a panel?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, you seem more like a natural. Well, I'll definitely come up again. I enjoyed you on here. You actually, that's actually an interesting thing you brought up. And yeah, so I hope you show up again.
Okay, I will.
Have
Thank
a great
you.
weekend. You too.
You too. And
Bye.
happy Easter to you.
Same to you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, everybody, that pretty much sums it up. Shout out to Linda. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Yes, onto yes. So I'm glad everybody enjoyed the panel. And yes, this was actually, we could have actually stayed here way longer, but y'all, it's been 5 hours. I gotta eat. And get some rest. And there's also going to be another panel tonight as well. And I want to make sure everyone has some energy to get on that panel and join that panel if they choose to. And that's on Shank Rock. He'll probably be on there all night. So if you want to continue discussions, go over there as well. And I'm glad y'all like the panel. I definitely will do it again. And to be honest, that gives me a break from talking, child, when other people are talking. So I definitely will be doing more panels. And it's great discussion, and also makes people look outside of what you normally think and think like, let me examine this under that lens or this lens. So yeah, and again, I appreciate everybody, and thanks for all the support. No matter what I talk about, you all are very supportive. Have a great weekend and a happy Easter. Bye. Let's see here. I'll read a couple comments just in case. Hold on. Pamela says, Dani, thank you for all the hard work you do. Because of you, I know now where and how to protest by letters and call. Yes, yes, I love to see it. I love to hear when someone says they know now where to call and protest. Thank you so much for actually taking action, because that's a very important part, that we all take action, right? And salute to you as well, Pamela. And let's see, Lady J says, you are absolutely amazing. I'm hooked on your channel. Don't worry, God got you. Oh yeah, God got me. And trust me, the truth always wins in the end, and evil usually always loses. Sometimes people feel like evil is winning, but it will catch up, and eventually it actually will fall. And that's probably why some people are demonetized at this moment, because of their behaviors and not actually meeting regulations and guidelines that they're supposed to be following. But yeah, catch the shade. Happy Easter to you, Miss Jams, and also Easy Rider. So Dani, You have the passion, which is great. Yes, this is definitely passionate. And matter of fact, I have 2 channels, and people are like, "Oh, why aren't you on your main channel?" I'm on this channel right here because this is actually my favorite channel. The other one is more so entertainment. I enjoy that as well for a good kiki, but this channel is definitely my favorite. It's more of my passion. Online and offline is my passion to be an activist and advocate. Yes, I definitely need to rest and eat and refresh. Hey, Lakita, have I seen you before? I think, oh, yes, I have seen you. Yeah. So I appreciate your hard work. Dani, keep going. Same to you. And also have a great weekend. And thanks for showing up. And let's see, Brown Sugar, good evening. I have been following you for a while, listening quietly. Let God handle the situation and watch how things change in your favor. Yes. And y'all continue to pray. And, yeah, so God will handle everything. Exactly. And I definitely am a person of faith. So Aries 1, good night, good night, good night. And let's see here. I have so much to keep up with the good word. Okay, let me read a few of my comments. Oh, thank you so much, Sharon. You have helped a lot. And also thanks to my other mods. I know I was on here a long time. Thanks to all my mods for the support as well. And y'all have a great weekend. And I'm not going to come on tomorrow, so my mods get a break from my long-winded lives. Okay. Let's see here. I stayed up all last night. I don't think I can do another all-night errands, but it was so into it. Yeah, so that, trust me, sometimes I actually like listen to them while I'm preparing to go to bed just to hear the discussion and talking points. And most likely I will do it again today. Karen and I will be checking my messages after I eat. Right now, I need to eat before I do anything else. I haven't ate. Okay, let's see. Awesome job. I gave up the other channels for you. Oh, thank you, Sharon. Have a great weekend. And I appreciate it, y'all. Like I said, just report the channels because I'm not going to keep going back and forth debunking or trying to put out receipts against fake stuff they're putting out. And y'all have a great night and have a blessed weekend. A blessed Sunday because I'm not going to come on Sunday. So everyone have their enjoy their Sunday and happy Easter. Bye.